Well, good morning and welcome to the action. It's the West Indies Academy coming up against Sri Lanka Academy at beautiful Antigua. We are at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and here we are at the toss. The West Indies captain, of course, is Teddy Bishop, and Dayananja Lakshan is the Sri Lankan captain, and of course our match referee is here with us. Teddy has the coin. Tails is a call. Well, Teddy, you want to tell us what you're going to do?
We're going to bowl first. It looks like there is a lot of grass on the wicket, so hopefully our bowlers can exploit whatever condition is there.
How's been the preparations coming into this?
We've had 2 weeks of preparation. I think we had a practice match also, so the boys been looking good and shaping up good leading up to this game.
And your personal form coming into the series?
Yeah, I think I'm in good shape, good form coming off the 4-day season, so hopefully I can transform this into this game and this series.
All the best, Teddy.
Thanks.
Dananjaya, I've gotten it. You lost it to us. You're going to bat first. A lot of grass on this track. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, our boys are very challenging. I think we do well in this pitch.
And how has been your stay so far in Antigua?
It's good. It's good. Good country. So our boys are enjoying a lot.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
Well, the news from pitchside is that the West Indies Academy, they have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
Good morning and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in sunny Antigua for the start of play on day one of this first-class 4-day match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. And as you've just heard on Cricket 360, that West Indies Academy have won the toss and have elected to bowl first on what looks like a rather pitch with a lot of grass on it. So they'll be looking to take advantage of that, the West Indies Academy boys. I can tell you that the teams for today, for the Sri Lanka emerging players, Dananjaya Lakshan is captain, and he will be opening the batting. Ravinder Rasanta, Siobhan Daniel, Janiska Pereira, Nipun Dananjaya, Ahan Wickramasinghe, Sohan De Levera, wicketkeeper, Dilam Sudhira, Ashian Daniel, Sitam Disanyanka, and Dalaj Sumadita is the Sri Lankan 11. And for the West Indies 11, Teddy Bishop captain, Akeem Auguste, Nathan Edward, Becky Joseph, Calvin Pittman, Rivaldo Clark, Carlin Bowen Tuckett, wicketkeeper, Joshua Bishop, McKenny Clark, Reniko Smith, and Justin Jagasa. So all set for play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It will be McKenny Clark.
And I want to give you full marks, Terry, for pronouncing all those. I want to give you full marks, Terry, for pronouncing all those Sri Lankan names.
After pitching but too wide to entice the batsman into a stroke. Pitching but too wide to entice the batsman into a stroke. So we're in the first over here, still 0-4-0. And I encourage you, if you're in the Coolidge area or anywhere in Antigua, to come down to Coolidge and see the future stars of West Indies cricket on display.
Sri Lankans have been here just a little bit, and so far they say that they are enjoying what Antigua has to offer. That'll make you happy.
Excellent. Ooh, now that is a full pitch delivery, a beamer almost. It's struck Rasanta in the stomach area. He's flat on his back there at square leg in some pain. Looked like it might have slipped there from McKenny Clark. It was called a no ball.
Antigua has to offer that'll make you happy.
Excellent.
Terry?
Ooh, now that is a full pitch
Ooh.
delivery and a beam out.
Not at all. He certainly wasn't expecting that. So he's receiving treatment out there on the field at the moment. He's rolling around in some discomfort, though.
One hopes that he'll be okay.
But yes, it's good to hear that they're enjoying themselves in Antigua.
Have you ever been to Sri Lanka, Terry?
No, I haven't.
Well, the conditions are similar to Antigua.
I've heard that, yeah.
Been there a couple of times, and I can tell you, it's a small island. You get the island vibe, so to speak.
Right, yeah.
Same temperature, same conditions. The pitches are the same, so they'll feel at home.
Right.
Probably the only thing that may make them feel different is I think that the West Indians and Antiguans are a little more fun-loving, the party vibe.
Right,
that
yes.
they might not have in Sri Lanka. They will get it by you, Terry.
Most definitely. We enjoy the party vibes here in Antigua. But no, I didn't get the opportunity when I was traveling around. Sri Lanka had just come into world cricket back then. But just having a look at their stats last night, though, they're certainly a lot more experienced than our academy boys. So they obviously have a pretty good system there back home that they play plenty of matches.
Well, to be fair to our academy, our team, over probably the last year, 2 years, we have had, we've started a program here in the West Indies where the guys are getting more and more opportunities. So pretty soon you might be able to say the same thing about them.
Definitely. And it's a great initiative by Cricket West Indies for the academy set up, and then to also have these international teams, more exposure for them. Of course, we had Ireland here a couple of seasons ago, and then reciprocal tour that the West Indies Academy boys went to Ireland to play. But Rasanta is back on his feet, and Clark is into him now. Spot on target.
Well bowled again.
Yeah, another bit of movement away.
What I like about McKinney Clark is that he wants to use the conditions. So many times you see fast bowlers not using the conditions, looking to bowl short here. The conditions are conducive to swing bowling and seam bowling as well. And he's pitching the ball up. He's asking Rasanta to drive through the offside with 3 slips and a gully just waiting.
Clark in again to Rasanta. And that one again, bit of shape, bit of movement, but too wide outside the off stump.
You want to come a little closer. You want to come a lot closer. Probably a 4th stump. Interest him to play. Get him involved.
Most definitely. Rasanta's had 22 matches at the first class level, 1,340 runs at a healthy average of 47.85. 400s and 450s, highest score at 244. McKinney Clark into Rasanta again. And this one down the leg side, taken well by Bowen Tuckett to complete the over. So just the 1 run coming off the first over. So Sri Lanka emerging players, 1 for none.
Well, Terry, I would describe that first over as a searching over. He was just putting the ball there, searching, trying to get himself into some sort of rhythm. And at the moment, he'll be anxious to come back for his second over. He's just getting himself warm, warming himself to the occasion. And let's see how this other over will go from the far end, where he'll be bowling into the wind.
Yes, and then we're just feeling their way. West Indies Academy boys, they haven't had a first-class match since the end of the West Indies Championship, where they rolled over Windward Islands Volcanoes in a couple of days. Very good performance that in their last match, their first and only victory of the 2025 season. Of course, a few of the young boys played in the West Indies T20 Breakout League. So it's going to be Nico Smith from the northern end. He's bowling to the left-handed Siobhan Daniel, wide outside the off stump. Brilliant take, yes.
The northern end. He's bowling to the left-handed Siobhan Daniel, wide outside the off stump. Brilliant.
I saw his dad a couple of days ago, a good friend of mine's. Top umpire. I'm surprised. I was saying that I'm surprised he hasn't gotten into that higher level. I think he's very solid.
Yes, definitely.
Carl Tuckett, former West Indies player. He's involved right now in the Leeward Islands, a T20 tournament that we're covering across there at the Sir Vivian Richards ground.
That's full pitch delivery, turned nicely back with a square for Daniel. He's coming back for the second, and that's good running. So Daniel gets himself off the mark.
That's full pitch delivery, turned nicely back with a square for Daniel. He's coming back for the second, and that's good running.
0.76, 400s also, 950s, with a high score at 209. So when they make hundreds, they make big ones. You know,
well, that's good. That's always good when the batter has that appetite.
Definitely. Smith on target this time, just pushed into the onside, no run. A rather deep, short leg for Daniel. 3 slips a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg on the boundary. So
it's very hot out there, Terry.
Yes.
Hot days in Antigua.
Definitely.
Well, I think you...
This time of the year.
Well, you only have 365 beaches
to
we
don't
cool
have many.
off. Not many. Good old Springs tells me that he finds us an extra one every leap year is 366.
For sure, but and a couple of the boys have been enjoying the beaches.
It's wonderful. You know, we were actually at Jolly Beach yesterday.
Okay,
and, oh, magnificent.
Mm.
Yeah, I was tempted to bottle the water and drink it. Really lovely country. We want to invite viewers to come along, come to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of West Indies cricket, and support these youngsters. Push away on the offside, looking for that quick single, and they go through for it.
Yeah, it's very well run there by Daniel. See, he moves on to 3, and the score is 4 without loss in over number 2. But it's good you guys are able to get around and out and about.
Yeah, you can't be in Antigua and stay inside. It's not an indoor sort of country. You have
Not
to be
at all.
outdoors.
Mm.
Appreciate the beauty of this country. So Rasanta yet to get off the mark. Down the leg side again. Winnico Smith, good pace. There's some direction needed. I thought he was all over the place in that opening over. Terry, your thoughts?
Yes, most definitely. He was doing his best to keep the ball pitched up, trying to make the ball work for him. But as you say, Bernard, he was both sides of the wicket on that occasion. So 4 without loss. Daniel is on 3 and Rasanta is yet to score. Be McKenny Clark to continue. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Daniel.
So let's see.
Which is the norm these days, though, Vinod, isn't it? As soon as they see a left-hander,
round the wicket.
come round the wicket.
So we know what he'll be doing. He'll be looking to bring it back into him. But the key here, Terry will be the one that straightens.
Yes. Yeah, if you can get one to straighten. Got 3 slips in the gully waiting. But good communication between these opening pair of Sri Lankas, Rasanta and Daniel. Another good quick single pushed into the cover region.
They seem to have good understanding. Let's say good morning to Rex Clementine. It'll be good night to Rex Clementine, a top journalist out there in Sri Lanka. Has covered their fortunes all over the world.
And that's taken the edge and good sharp low catch. I think that's Rivaldo Clark there at third slip. They're just checking if it carried, but I'm pretty sure.
Sri Lanka has covered their fortunes all over the world. And that's taken the edge and good sharp low catch. I think that's Rivaldo Clark there at third slip. In Sri Lanka has covered their fortunes all over the world.
So,
Umpires are still conferring though, but it should be.
well, they can ask Terry. Yeah, I think it was the catch was completed there. It's been ultra careful. Now, the longer they take,
That's right.
you tend to think they'll go in favor of the batsman.
And it
Says
said
not
not
out.
out.
Well,
Wow, that's disappointing there.
Sri Lanka has covered their fortunes all over.
And they've given her the benefit of the doubt to Rasanta, so he stays.
batsmen always tend to get the benefit of the doubt. Cricket is made for them.
Most definitely. And another excellent delivery just dug out there by Rasanta. So McKenny Clark has certainly found his radar and he's second over.
He's in the money, isn't he?
Definitely. But you talk about that, and you're so right, Vinod, that the benefit of the doubt to the umpire, and that's the problem I have with umpire's call with the DRS. Because if you're saying that I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman because I'm not sure whether it would have gone on to hit the stumps, and then the DRS says umpire's call, to me, that's out. You should be changing the umpire's decision, not giving the benefit of the doubt again to the batsman. But that's the way it's set up these days. So 5 without loss. Santa survives. He's still on 0. And Daniel is on 4. McKenny Clark into his second over. He's been very promising for the West Indies Academy as he runs away from us now into Rasanta. And again, spot on, defended well up to mid-on, and there's no run. Kenny Clark has had the 8 matches, first-class matches, taken 15 wickets at 38.8, best bowling a 3 for 26. In the West Indies Championship for 2025, 3 wickets at 93 with a best bowling of 2 for 34. So 3 slips in the gully weight, short leg. So Clark is into Rasanta. Rasanta taking the bottom hand off that one, controlling it down into the gully region to complete the over. So we've had 3 overs of Sri Lanka emerging players after they were sent in by West Indies Academy captain Teddy Bishop this morning. That's 5 without loss, with Daniel on 4 and Rasanta still yet to score. Survived what looked like a very good sharp catch there by Baldo Clark at third slip. The umpires decided that they were on shore, so they gave the benefit of the doubt to Rasanta. It would be Renico Smith to continue the attack from the northern end. And of course, it's the opening session. On
That, and you're so right, Vinod, the benefit of the doubt to the umpire, and that's the problem I have with umpires' call with the DRS. Because if you're saying that I'll give the benefit of the doubt, and that's the problem, again to the batsman. But that's the way it's set up these days. So 5 without loss. Santa survives. He's still on naught.
over the wicket to the left-handed Daniel. Shoulders, arms, lets that go through to keeper Bowen Tuckett.
This says
Smith has
umpires
started this
call
over a lot
to me.
better with his
That's out.
line and his direction.
You should be changing the umpires
His
of the batsman.
first class match, I believe.
set
Nico
up as
Smith, he's played
calls
3 list
out.
day matches in his career,
You should
short
be
career so
on
far. This is his debut first class match. Tall,
Lanka.
strapping
Well,
lad.
look there,
Charges in the northern end.
Valdo Clark there, third slip,
There, pushed out
catch, carried, but I'm pretty fortunate.
to the point region, but no run.
It's covered their fortunes all over the world. And that's taken the edge and good sharp, low catch. I think that's Rivaldo Clark there, third slip in Sri Lanka. It's covered their fortunes all over the world.
Short leg for a single, so he moves on to 5. And Sri Lanka emerging players are 6 without loss. Brings Ravindu confident appeal for catch at third slip. Faces up to Smith. Full pitch delivery. Played to mid-off. Becky Joseph does the fielding. No run. So interesting start for Rasanta. Hit by a beamer from Kenny Clark. Had to get some treatment. Thought he was caught at third slip. Umpires thought otherwise, and he's still on naught after 14 deliveries. Drives that straight back to Smith. to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka merging players are 6 without loss. Daniel is on 5 and Asanta yet to score. That was a much better over there by Reniko Smith. He's bowled 2 overs now, no wicket for 4. McKenny Clark.
In Sri Lanka has covered their fortunes all over the world. And that's taken the edge and good sharp low catch. I think that's Rivaldo Clark there at third.
Sun is out in all its glory. So McKenny Clark looks to continue the attack from this the commentary box end. And be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Daniel. Daniel's hooking that and hooking that pretty well forward of square and into the boundary for 4. So the first boundary of the day. And quite a good looking pull shot there by Daniel. He picked it up early, saw it early, and as I say, put it in front of square. So tells you how well he picked that up. Giving himself a lot of confidence as McKenny Clark. He's been pitching the ball up, but he decided to bang that one in short to test the batsman. He's defending the next delivery back up the pitch. Good looking shot that, Bano.
Yeah, very good looking shot indeed. It gave him a lot of confidence. And that, I'm sure, will get things rolling with him. McKinney Clark, though, I think has been good. I just has to be careful when he's round the wicket with the exaggerated movement that he doesn't bowl too straight. Here he is now.
That's played
nicely through the offside.
Comfortable 2 more to Daniel. The score moves on to 12 without loss. Sri Lanka emerging players sent in this morning by West Indies Academy captain Teddy Bishop. Clark in again to Daniel, and Daniel has driven that beautifully. Moves on to 5th. Clark staying around the wicket. Into Daniel again. That one come back into him. Nudged onto the onside, no run. He looks to me like he's just starting to get into his innings though, is Siobhan Daniel. A pull shot through mid-wicket earlier in the over, and then straight drive back over the bowler's head. He's looking good. He's on 15. As Clark is into him again. Wide and slashes that over cover. Didn't quite get the timing behind that one. He picks up another 2. So he moves to 17, and Sri Lanka.
He's looking good. He's on 15. As Clark is into him again. Wide and slashes that over cover. Quite get the timing behind that one. He picks up another 2.
That off some because of the exaggerated movement coming back in. And that is what led to that. That one just stood up. It didn't come back in with the angle or even with the strong wind blowing from the eastern side of the ground. So at this point in time, West Indies home series, full of energy. You like that song, Terry?
It's not a bad song. It's not a bad song. Should get people going. Hopefully we can draw some good crowds.
Yep.
Smith starting you over into Rasanta, and he's off the mark this time. Beautiful on drive, straight past. Mid-on, 4 runs.
It's a lovely shot. Just getting into position nicely. And lovely shot indeed.
But I'd much rather, Vinod, see these 2 opening bowlers for West Indies Academy be 2 full rather than 2 short.
Yeah.
With the 3 slips in the new ball. No ball that time. And did he edge it? I think Bowen Tuckett thought he might have.
So
Definitely. Pull these length back just enough. Ball jagged back, but it was a no ball. So 23 without loss. We're in over number 6. Sri Lanka emerging players. Sent in this morning. Smith into Rasanta. Bang on target, played on to the onside, no run. Quite a tall lad, Vinod. He looks like a fast bowler. This is Reneko Smith.
yeah, I like that leap just before he delivers. Give him that extra bounce as well. He's a big man. He's as tall and big as Joel Garner.
Mm. And he comes again to Rasanta. And Rasanta leaves outside the off stump.
I think he has all the attributes to be a really good fast bowler. Nico Smith just need to continue working with him, and this is why he's in the academy.
Mm-hmm. So Smith in again to Arasanta, and again picks up the line, leaves it alone outside off stump. So 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, a deep short leg, was about 3 pitches away from the batsman. What's your feeling on that, Vinod? Because he's not really a short leg, is he?
No, I think he's a bit too far away there.
Mm.
It's like one of those situations where you have a half a slip.
Right, yeah.
And the ball then goes between the wicketkeeper and where first slip would have been. So I think it's a situation either you're in it or you're not.
Mm-hmm.
But we wait and see. Short, cut
Correct.
away. Too short there by Smith. And dealt with in the appropriate manner. The Sri Lankans are showing that they're up for the fight.
Boundaries.
Very unfortunate. Renuko Smith there bowling too short, but early on he was out caught. As we picked up, the umpires, they don't have the benefit of the replay as we do, but he was out caught at slip. A fantastic catch.
Yes, very unfortunate. He's gone on to 8 now, 27 without loss. Smith into Arasanta again. Short again. This time he has nothing to do with it to complete the over.
To be fair, Terry, Smith hasn't used the new ball well at all. The latest score here at Coolidge, Sri Lanka, sent into bat at 27 without loss. And at this point in time, Terry, I'll leave you in the very capable hands of the stylish Marley Richards.
Excellent, thank you, Vinod. Yes, I think apart from that one over from McKenny Clark when he should have had the wicket of Rasanta, both opening bowlers in the West Indies Academy have been erring on the shorter side so far. As I say, a very good morning to Marley Richards.
Morning, Vernon. Good morning to all our listeners, watchers, not just in the Caribbean but around the globe.
Clark in again to the left-handed Daniel. He's started this over back over the wicket to the left-hander. Daniel is on 17, 27 without loss.
Let me say hello as well to all the fans down in Sri Lanka. You know, they're a keen cricketing nation, so they'll be taking a bit of interest in what's going on here.
Definitely.
A few thousand miles away in the Caribbean, but they'll be glued in, looking at their emerging team, their next generation of Sri Lankan cricketing stars, hopefully. They've made a good start. Daniel, he's led the way, 17 of 17. As you said, Terry, Rasanta, he's just had a mixed bag in terms of this innings, but he's still out there fighting 8 of 22.
And that's driven nicely. Chase on from Becky Joseph, and he won't get there. 4 runs. Played that very handsomely. Good touch.
Good touch, good timing. Just allowed that to come on to. We've seen this outfield at the Coolidge Cricket Ground be lightning quick. It's been dry. Had a bit of rain as well, but you could tell by the coloration.
He's whacked that too, but straight to mid-wicket. He's looking good though, Daniel, and as I was saying, over 200, so when they get hundreds, they get big ones.
Yeah, quite a few guys with international experience in this emerging squad. You could say that for a couple of the academy players, a Bishop, both Bishops actually, Joshua and Teddy.
Clark in again to Daniel, leaves it alone just outside off stump, going away from the left-hander.
But I was listening to Vinod as well, speaking about the use of this new ball. It's absolutely key here on day one in these conditions at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. At times over the last season or so, we've turned up here on a morning. It's been overcast. It's almost favoured the fast bowlers. But here it's dry. It's hot. Got to make this new ball work, or else
it'll be a
very long day. Batting conditions look good.
Too true. So he's taken a slip out and strengthened the cover region as Clark in again to Daniel. And that one was a better delivery. Wasn't quite sure whether to play or leave.
Slightly different makeup of this academy bowling lineup.
They're missing Johan Lane, that's for sure.
It's a big miss. It's a huge miss. I think he's just now starting to progress especially with ball in hand.
Yeah.
The way we'd like him to, we see him. He's now graduated to the A team.
A team, yes.
So he's just starting to show that progression. Definitely one to look out for, not just for the future, but for the present. A lot of these guys would have just come out of T20 cricket, that breakout league down in Trinidad a couple of weeks ago.
Clark just losing his run up there. Yes, and that A team though, 600 belted off them.
Yeah, it was a tough day, wasn't it?
Very tough.
Tough match all around.
Yeah.
Just start maybe seeing, as you were saying, these other international teams coming here. Not necessarily the test teams, but the emerging players.
Yep.
And they're just slightly ahead of us in their development.
True.
But that's what we want to see. We need that experience, that match practice.
And that's slashed high.
It's going to take some catching that.
Oh.
Looks like Kelvin Pittman it was. Trying to track that one. Big top edge there from... you should have some evidence that it didn't go in cleanly.
Yeah.
So without the use of the DRS and the video replay system, I think you've got to go with the fielder.
Yeah, most definitely, because I know,
especially if the square leg as well doesn't have much input. Really, you can't say whether he's caught it or not.
8 miles away on the opposite side of the ground.
It's the game, though.
True. So 32 without loss. We've had 7 overs of the Sri Lanka emerging players. First innings, Daniel is on strike. He's on 22. Smith into him, and he nudges that into cover, and another good quick single. As I was saying earlier, these two seem to have a very good communication between them.
Do like the makeup, the rock. Role,
because we haven't really had rain, have we, Mali?
No, we
over
haven't.
The last
it's been
couple
sporadic.
Of weeks, passing showers and so, but that's turned nicely through the mid-wicket area.
As I was saying,
single.
Renico Smith, quite like the look of him in terms of his stature. I heard you speaking about his. He's quite tall, strapping lad. Johan Lane, very tall as well. Maybe not quite as filled out as Renico Smith. He looks very strong indeed.
He does.
Still just 19 years old, former West Indies under 19. Fast bowler. So here's another one. We're just seeing the raw materials, the raw ingredients. You think back to Isaiah Thorne as well. It seems he's gone off the boil slightly since leaving the West Indies Academy. And just their hard length. Maybe just a bit of extra bounce.
I know it troubles you too. Not so much he's gone off the boil, but they haven't been selecting him. So that's the situation that can confront some of these young players. They do well academy level. Their franchise takes them back, or their territory takes them back. But then if you don't play them,
Bit of bottom hand in that one.
If you don't play them, then what happens? He's only had what 3 games or so over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah,
for
he
Guyana?
has. And it forces me to think as well, not just only about him not being played, but what is he doing in terms of
there you go,
to not force his way into that guy in
What
11.
other opportunities has he got? Yeah.
Considering some of the players who would have come in and played ahead of him.
Right.
Maybe he's not showing what he needs to show, maybe in training and the like. I'm not there. So all these questions need to be asked.
True.
But for the talent that we know he possesses,
a big surprise that he's not
very
a
big
permanent
surprise. He's still
fixture.
very young as well.
Yeah. 21, I think he is now. It would be interesting to see how local boy Calvin Pittman goes today, because he bowled that very good spell when he picked up his best figures in the West Indies Championship. Let's see if we can continue that as he continues his journey.
Yeah, he's just starting to show a bit of progress now, isn't he, Calvin Pittman? As you said, he's starting to grow in stature in terms of just being trusted in this West Indies Academy setup in the bowling lineup. It's a bit of a go-to man now, especially when wickets are needed. And from his perspective, that shows a bit of growth, positive growth. The end of that over from Smith, decent one in the end.
It was a decent one, a hard length. I think that might have broken
the bat.
The bat, yeah.
It's up, hitting quite high on the bat, up near the splice. In fact, it may be the toe. Just needs a bit of bat tape. A few reinforcements coming out for just 25 deliveries, and maybe doing a bit more consolidating at the other end is Rasantha. Ravindu Rasantha, 9 of 25. 5 boundaries already been hit between the pair.
Yes, they'd be happy with this start, Sri Lanka, after being sent in. There's no use saying that McKenny Clark should have had the breakthrough. That's gone. So West Indies Academy just need to try and get themselves into the match. Because as you said, Marley, if they don't take early wickets, it's going to be not only a long day, it could be a long 4 days.
It really could. That foundation being built here by the Sri Lankan opening pair. But McKenny Clark really needed that wicket from his own personal standpoint, his confidence, his rhythm. Someone who we've watched over the past couple of seasons just seems to be tinkering with that run-up, not quite sure the length of the run-up, which in the end affects his rhythm. And we've seen him have good days. He blows hot and cold.
And
real consistency.
a bit of belief, would you say, man?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So he starts a new over, and that's turned into the mid-wicket region for a comfortable
that's sloppy.
Single, and that's not good.
A few times over the past year as well, we've seen just a bit of sloppiness creeping into the academy's game, especially in the field, the throws, just not doing the basics as well as you'd expect at this stage. Still very young players, though. We are going to see some inconsistencies, but that there is unforgivable.
So they pick up an overthrow, they move to 37 without loss. Kenny Clark bowling from the commentary box end. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off into Daniel, has a go at that one. Misses, lucky it didn't take the edge on its way through. He didn't really commit with that front foot either, did he?
Yeah, it just tells you as well, it wasn't quite there to be driven.
Clark in again to Daniel. Down the leg side and turned. Good effort down there. Did he stop it? Yes, well done. Diving effort down there.
Guys, it's got a long way to go down. Maybe still growing at this stage. Nico Smith. But Clark there, just struggling for a bit of consistency. That's what we've seen from him when he follows up a good delivery with one just a bit too far down the leg side. That's another good one.
Delivery again.
Actually bounces on the way through to wicketkeeper Bowen Tuckett. Yeah, and just died on the way through to the wicketkeeper. So maybe that's something to anticipate in these hot conditions here. As this match progresses, that inconsistency in bounce.
True. And Bowen Tuckett interests me, though, Marley, that as we watch this delivery from Clark, turned forward a square through mid-wicket by Daniel. He picks up another 2, so he's looking very good. He moves on to 32, score 41 without loss. Yeah, Bowen Tuckett, we always knew of his potential and so, but just watching him since he made that century in the West Indies Championship, everything has just gone up a level. His keeping, his attitude, his batting, obviously, which is fantastic to see. That's what you want to see, the growth.
Yeah, and I was a little surprised to not see him involved in any of the A-team stuff.
Yeah.
This season, considering his age, the development he's shown. These young guys that still have quite a lot of cricket ahead of them. We need to invest in them now. So it's not too late by the time. It's too late when they're really coming into their own.
True.
27, 28. It's a little too late at that stage, really. We need to accelerate that process as quick as we can. Obviously, we speak about the finances. We've got to be creative. Another end of that over. It's going to be a change, though. Smith, he's going to be pulled out from the CIU road end. It's going to be Nathan Edward.
This could be interesting.
Yeah, he's someone who definitely relies on that movement through the air. Left arm seamer. Could say he actually broke out in the breakout league.
Yes.
Alongside
very well.
Micah McKenzie as well. Losing in that final. But he's the leading fast bowler in that, in terms of wickets.
Right, yeah.
The breakout league. Picked up a 5-fer as well.
But in these conditions, you're surprised that he didn't open the bowling, given the fact that
he uses
the swing.
Yes.
And that's what you're looking for.
Very much so. You think Smith is more back of a length, hit that deck, seeing the pitch just a little bit up and down. He can look to exploit the up and down nature of this pitch as the match progresses. A bit airy-fairy there from Rasantha.
He's living the life.
He is, nonetheless. Yeah. Shot the right-hander. Luckily for him.
Yeah.
Through that vacant region in the slip.
Just evades Joshua Bishop at backward point.
.41 without loss. 45 actually with that boundary.
Pace of Edwards troubled him there.
Yeah, not sure what Rasantha was doing there in the end. Just looked to take Just took his eye off that one.
Yes, took evasive action, hit him on the forearm guard. He picked up a leg by as it dropped harmlessly into the onside. But he was definitely done by pace, though.
Edwards has gotten quicker. We've seen him bowl the hard, quick, really quick delivery this season, especially against Trinidad a few months ago here at the that pace in this academy system. Just there though, not quick
Pulled
enough.
Nicely. Rolling out towards the boundary. Did it get there? Or Becky Joseph with a bit of football skills pulls it back. And they pick up 3 more.
The ball isn't really swinging.
Yes, then
He
he
maybe
looks
just
ordinary.
struggles for a bit of penetration.
He's in again to Santa, who pushes for a single, and that's the 50 up for Sri Lanka emerging players. 50 without loss.
Yeah, they'll be happy with this start, won't they, Terry?
Most definitely.
Day one. Matching
They've come up quick too. 50 off 60
deliveries. Yeah, that rate 5.17. As we were saying, pretty similar conditions here, especially here in Antigua, to what they would have come up with in Sri Lanka.
And that's taken a leading edge, but flown all the way down to third man. Wow.
Almost carried for 6 there.
It did, yeah. Just one bounce just inside the rope.
Aggressive. He's looking to keep the pressure on these bowlers.
Yep.
Every time they err in length and line, he's looking to play his strokes. 37 or 33 now.
There's a man on the deep backward point boundary, but no one in the third man area, and he's gone again.
What a shot.
And that was where the first one was supposed to go. This one's gone all the way over, long on for 6. The first 6 of the innings. So Daniel is really...
Played with a straight bat in the end, right out the middle of the bat, through that long on region for 6. 43 or 34. He's looking ultra aggressive.
Definitely.
Very dangerous here on day one for the West Indies Academy.
And that last shot, Mali, was played with such authority, you know.
Almost disdain.
Yes.
Really.
Nathan Edward, first over, goes for 18 as Calvin Pittman comes into the attack. West Indies Academy desperate for a breakthrough now.
And as we were saying, Siobhan Daniel, he's the one with that international experience. Just played the 2 international matches, but one ODI, 1 T20.
But
you can see with those
showing.
shots, yeah, the way he's willing to take bowlers on, backs his talent.
Pittman has Santa playing and missing outside the off stump.
Good start this. The young Antiguan tends to like to bowl in his long sleeves, doesn't he, Kelvin Pittman? We've seen him in the long sleeves, regardless of how hot it is.
Yeah.
Young man hailing from the island, from the village of Bethesda. Bethesda has that tradition of producing those fast bowlers. Good cricketers all around, really.
Yeah. Say good morning to Roots Martin.
Anthony Martin, yeah. Cindy's leg
President
spinner.
now.
Yeah, he's down in
Bethesda.
Down in St. Martin playing for the Antigua Masters.
Slashed into the cover region, fielded. You had a couple of seasons with him too, didn't you?
Yeah, I played out there for a few seasons, especially when John Archibald was the coach. You think of Gavin Tong, Anthony Martin, as we said, maybe lesser known to the wider West Indian public, but like a Kevin Archibald. All these fast bowlers, Gavin Tong played Test cricket.
He did.
Beautiful shot, that.
Class, that one.
Long half volley, had to be put away, but put away with some style indeed from Ravindu Rasantha. He's starting to grow in confidence now as well.
He got it perfectly.
He's played and missed on a few occasions. He was hit by that beamer as well. That probably...
Yeah, that upset him.
Really, that rhythm of his. Maybe taking him a bit of time to overcome that. The feet weren't necessarily moving the way he would want. But on that stroke...
But certainly woke him up.
Oh,
anyway.
yeah. Be happy with that extra cover drive. Once again, full from Pittman.
So he's moved on to 18 now, 64 without loss as we approach the first hour of play here at Coolidge. That's good to see, Bali. We've got the electronic scoreboard up and running today.
Oh. Didn't even notice.
So Pittman from the commentary box in just with the one slip. And the gully. He's into Rasanta. Rasanta defending that short cover. Another wild throw. Back to the keeper.
In the end, good work from Bowen Tuckett there. Saving what would have been 4 overthrows. The exuberance of youth. Maybe. But that delivery from Pittman, that's where they need to be more often than not.
Yeah.
It's one of those days. They're going to have to be boring, going to have to be consistent. Can't afford to overpitch on this pitch.
Definitely.
It's a lot better there. A bit shorter. Bit of pace, bit of extra bounce through to the wicketkeeper. Good end that from Kelvin Pittman.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad over by Pittman, but as you say, Mali, they need to be consistent. They need to be patient on this track. It looks a good one, and we've come to the end of the first hour of play. Sri Lanka emerging players after being sent in, 64 without loss. Siobhan Daniel is on 43 and Ravindu Arasanta is on 18. We'll take a break here on Cricket 360 and be back with ball by ball coverage in a couple of moments.
We're back after the first hour of play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's going to be Nathan Edward from the CIU road end for his second over. It was very expensive in the first. Went for 18 in that first over. At this stage of his young career, I'd say he's a bit more suited to the limited overs game. T20s, 50 overs. With red ball in hand, he's got to find a way to be penetrative, pick up wickets.
Mali, this morning, you know, you look at him and he has lacked that penetration, to be honest. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Well fielded there in the offside. Hot days these days here in Antigua, Mali.
Very, very hot. It's been steamy. Summer's come very early here in Antigua.
Yep.
It's a good day for the beach, though. Good weather for the beach.
And you only have 365.
Just the 365. I know you like a few beaches here in Antigua.
Love it, man.
Which one you'd say is your favorite so far?
I say Jolly Beach.
Jolly Beach. Okay. Okay. There's a lot going on down there, isn't
Yeah,
it?
man. Actually, we're staying down that side for the first time. Yeah.
Which is nice.
This is why I didn't invite you yesterday to come.
Okay.
I said it might be quite a trek for you. But we will correct that as we go along. Is that what? Quick single taken.
Good awareness from this pair. Even on the previous delivery, looking for runs.
Your thoughts, Mali, on the track?
Looks a good batting track so far. A bit inconsistent bounce, but we've grown a bit accustomed to that here at the CCG. But a good track to be batting on at this stage, and the Sri Lankans have made good use of this pitch. Worrying times, really, for the West Indies Academy.
I always thought if they can play through the first hour, things will settle down nicely, and it has. Just one incident for them when the Rasanta was actually caught on a third slip. But other than that, they've been solid.
Yeah, he's gotten past that little hurdle. Daniel has been the more assured of the pair.
That's a wide. And wide ball cricket is quite an effort.
Yeah, it has to be very wide indeed in this format. He's gotten the movement that he wanted, but it's just a bit too wide there from Edward.
So 365 beaches in Antigua, and your good friend Springs says that he finds an extra one on a leap year, 366.
Yeah, you know, he thinks he's a local now, eh?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
He's gotten himself in trouble for that. Driving on the upper bit, standing and pushing out.
He's looking confident, isn't he? The left-handed Daniel, 51 on his back.
Yeah. Is there value, though, in getting a spinner in quickly? I was listening on early on when you made the comment that the spinners could probably come into their own on this dry track.
Yeah, well, it's something that the Academy have done. They've used Joshua Bishop in that way. At times we've seen the openers maybe get off to a bit of a start. They've used Bishop as that holding bowler almost. Shot. Got that man deposited on that deep square leg boundary. But well played by Daniel. Hit down on that one. Roll the wrists.
They've scored at a good clip. This is what, the 12th over. They're already up to 68.
Yeah, a few too many boundaries really being given away by the West Indies Academy so far. I think 9 4s and 1 6.
You know, I was speaking to Dhananjaya, the captain of the Sri Lankan team, and he's saying that they're really enjoying Antigua.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah, and I was also telling Terry that Terry said that he hasn't really gone across to Sri Lanka, which is just down the road. But I was telling him my experience in Sri Lanka. It's basically the same type of island, just the island life, the same weather. Pitches are the same, The only thing is that Antigua would have the vibe, the party vibe, that West Indian vibe that may be lacking in Sri Lanka. Other than that, they're at home.
Yeah, I mean, just yesterday I was driving around and I think I saw like 3 of them just having a stroll around town. You know, they were, taking in, as you said, what Antigua has to offer, looking very comfortable.
Yep.
Indeed. This pair as well, is, as you said, looking at home in these conditions.
Kelvin Pittman, who spent some time in Trinidad working with TT Red Force coach Riyad Emrit on a personal basis. I was very surprised. I was very surprised, Mali. They may be pushing for 2 here, and they do. They have run excellently between the sticks.
They have.
I was surprised that Pittman was not involved
In the breakout league.
in the breakout league.
Yeah, that's for sure. One of the players here contracted in the West Indies Academy. I think he's one of the only players from the West Indies Academy. One of few that really didn't get that opportunity in the breakout league, considering he's an emerging player in the CPL as well.
Yep.
Played for the Jamaica Tallawahs, which then turned into the Antigua Falcons.
Well, he may want to have a word with Springer, the Falcons.
Yeah, a few strange decisions really in that breakout league. You saw Joshua De Silva, someone with vast test experience in a breakout league. I was thinking, is he still looking to break out? Really? I think that opportunity could have gone to maybe someone else, but at the end of the day, these things do happen.
Terry and I were discussing, in recent times, probably over the last 2 years, the academy has been more active, and pretty soon they'll be getting more and more matches. It's a loud appeal.
Bottom edge, he's been given just what the academy would have wanted, and it's the day.
Strikes and a much needed breakthrough for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, he's bowled better deliveries, hasn't he, as Kelvin Pittman? But this is the game of cricket.
That is how it goes.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, they've removed that danger man in Daniel. He's looking very ominous indeed.
Yep.
See, the skipper has come into the crease now. Let's have a look and see.
Pereira, it seems. Danjaya is still not out there.
It's going to be Janishka.
Yeah, Janishka Pereira. Don't know if you were logged on, but it was quite a thrill listening to Terry. Listening to Terry pronounce
with
all
the names,
Sri
right?
Lankan names. Yeah, I give him full marks
for sure. I think that's that Australian in him, really.
Pittman with his tail up. Not a bad first delivery.
Good delivery indeed, full. Maybe hoping for that to be a bit straighter, but nonetheless. Playing his 25th first-class match here. Average of 43.31, a best of 135, 300s and 12 50s. Former Sri Lanka under 19s player. Gets behind that one.
Yeah, just back of a length there from Pittman. So Pittman getting into his work here. This is what? Just his second over.
That's the length, though, for me on this pitch.
Yep.
We're speaking about the conditions here, and every pitch is different. You've got to turn up, you've got to assess the conditions, you've got to work out what's the best mode of operation. And for me, the fast bowlers here, not the most helpful conditions on day one. At the CCG, got to be back of a length. That has to be the stock delivery. Just there you go, short as well.
That's brilliant.
Very good short delivery, right on the money, not too high.
Hitting him on the right shoulder.
Good hostile stuff this from Kelvin Pittman.
Just letting him know that he's there.
And that's what Antiguan fast bowlers were known from over the years. There was a tradition. You think of the Benjamins, Winston and Kenneth, Curtly, Goldwyn Prince. Sir Andy Roberts. He's the godfather, really, the architect of this fast bowling tradition here in Antigua.
So Andy, known for hitting batsmen at will.
Think of Alzari Joseph now, the current crop.
Wonderful fast bowlers throughout the years coming from Antigua.
It's going to be Edward. Going round the wicket now. Choosing to go short as well to Rasantha. And with the loss of Daniel, Rasantha's role has just increased now in terms of being the senior batter at the crease. He was maybe playing the less senior role when Daniel was going, but with Daniel now gone, he's faced 37 deliveries. He's had time to acclimatize himself to the conditions. Played a couple nice strokes in there, played and missed as well. It's been a mixed bag.
Yep. We keep saying he was a bit fortunate early on.
He was, really, to still be at the crease.
So he has to make use of that.
That single takes him to 20.
This is a good time for the academy to look to prize one out again. They've gotten rid of Daniel, who really set the tone, actually. Took the fight to them. Had them backpedaling early on. All of a sudden, 3 slips that they started with was reduced to just 1. Wasted delivery there from Edward.
I think the issue with Edward here, he's really worried about pitching the ball up. We've seen the batters look to take him on, especially down the ground. Daniel in particular. There's no real pace to trouble them. He's just trying to keep them honest here. Just force them back slightly. That fuller ball is going to come. Janishka yet to score. This one aiming for that big in-swinger there.
Into the boundary for 4.
And himself, it's good to see.
Can't be easy standing in that hot
In
sun.
this heat, eh?
Can't be easy. They say the sun these days, it's different from the sun long ago when cricket was invented.
Well, if you're one that believes in climate change and global warming, and that's definitely a fact. Better delivery this from Edward. And the right-handed Janishka just searching slightly for that one.
Sri Lankans, they found themselves in a bit of a rebuilding phase as well. It's been going on for quite a while. That kind of mirrors what has happened to West Indies cricket as well. So it's good that the two countries can get together and have these tours.
Yeah, the three nations really that I think mirror each other in world cricket. I always like to compare these three nations. I think the West Indies, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, you're quite right.
Yeah, a lot of it is off the field when you think about it, and it affects the on-field product in the end.
Yep.
Yeah.
There is some stability, though. I look at the administration now. There is some stability coming into West Indies cricket.
Yes,
but
that's where it's needed.
Yeah, but one of the problems, and this remains, is one of resources.
And that's where we have to be creative.
Yep.
We have to try and be creative. Yes, we know there's a massive wealth gap. Massive wealth gap. And it's also in terms of expectation.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the thing is, the West Indian public has been spoilt over the years. Now, I think with the way the wealth gap is, slashing wide outside the off stump, wayward delivery, that from Pittman.
Element of danger in the shot, though, Marley.
Yeah, not the most confident of strokes from Rasantha. Yeah, he just, at this stage of his innings, doesn't fill you with the assurance that maybe you would have seen from a Siobhan Daniel.
Yep.
But he's still there, 24 of 40.
It's always giving the West Indian Academy an opportunity.
An opportunity, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why they'll be best served maybe to get another slip in.
Yep.
3 slips, look to be consistent. I don't mind that deep square leg in terms of just keeping the batsman honest with that short ball. Not a bad delivery, that. Bit of inward movement as well. But just being consistent here outside that off stump to Rasantha should be good enough.
Yeah, I think they just need to live just on around that fourth stump and just leave him there to make the mistake. It will come. Hasn't looked solid at all or well organized just outside that off stump. Pittman, so much potential.
Slightly different to the bowlers that we were speaking about in the past. You think about Andy Roberts, Curtly Ambrose, the Benjamins.
Eldine Baptiste.
Eldine Baptiste, maybe a bit more similar to a Eldine Baptiste. Yeah. Not quite as tall, a bit more skiddy. Looking to seam the ball more often than not. A bit more fuller length consistently. You think back to a Curtly Ambrose, he was a bit more back of a length, was his stock delivery.
Coming down at a tremendous height.
Height, yeah, that extra bounce as well.
Oh, that's
a
good
delivery. That's just there. That's the area you're talking about, Vinod.
Yep.
Tanda.
Yep. He's been good, Pittman. I think Teddy Bishop moving forward might consider using him with a new ball, or a newer ball, I should say.
His rhythm looks good. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty there. Rhythm, absolutely spot on. That run up.
the West Indies Academy, and it has now opened the doors slightly here now.
Yes, Rasanta has to go. Pittman, he's coming, he's changed this inning so far, picking up those 2 wickets, removing both openers.
Pittman has been thinking. He's a thinking man.
He is. I mean, it's something we've spoken about, and the good thing is we've done a lot of these games over the last couple of seasons, so you're seeing the progression of these young guys.
Yep.
And an area in which he's really improved is where he delivers on the crease.
Yeah.
Tended to be wider of the crease when we first saw him here in the academy setup. He's just getting closer and closer and closer to the stumps on that delivery, a bit closer to the stumps, which aided in delivering that one within the line of the stumps. Very good bowling from the young man.
Yeah, excellent indeed. He had the field set for it as well, because of the fact that had Rasanta looked to hooking or pull him, there was
Still
that deep
got that
back.
man, yes.
That man on the deep back was square. So in all, it was excellent thinking. And I think that is what has impressed me here, is thinking. He's a thinking bowler.
Yeah, and with these young guys in this academy setup, we, especially the West Indian public, when viewing these games, you've got to take into account they're learning on the job. They're developing under the spotlight. That's something that's a bit different to generations past.
Yep. I think I would like to see Nathan Edward go back to over the wicket.
Yeah,
not
he just
around
lost
the
it,
wicket.
yeah.
Just use the angle. It's a new man in. I don't know how much data they will have on Pereira. I just think that with him coming around the wicket, he's just not putting the ball in the right line. He's just all over the shop. 3 overs none for 27. Hasn't been his day so far.
Yeah, and it's just affected his mechanics from around the wicket.
Yeah.
Just tailing the ball in. That arms is dropping a bit lower as well.
That's better though.
It's a lot better. But from over the wicket now to the right-handed Janishka, I think he'd pose a few more problems in terms of what to play, what to leave. He brings the LBW into play as well.
Yeah. And of course, with the angle, the batsman will be having thoughts as to whether this one will go with the angle, whether it will straighten.
Exactly. What to play and what to leave outside that off stump. So he's maybe doing himself a disservice with this angle around the wicket.
Again, too straight, work to around the corner, chance to run out. But he's back.
Nippon Dhananjaya, the new batter, who's hearing away, looking for a single at the non-striker's end. Going to come down and have a chat about this, really. Not sure that single was on. He's under pressure. Is Edward. Can he produce something from this angle around the wicket? He's had his no-ball problems as well, especially from the CIU road end this season. Another bowler that we're seeing just maybe tinker with that length of the run-up, which in the end will affect his rhythm. The speed in which he attacks the crease. All this under the spotlight of a stream, being streamed out to the world. So it's the nature of professional sport.
Yep. Good stop. Bishop. So it's 79 for 2. I think Teddy Bishop might give thought to having a slow bowler now from the far end.
Some stage, especially without Lane. It's no Ashmead Ned as well this year in the West Indies Academy setup. Rivaldo Clark will probably have a bit of bowling to do in this match with his off spinners.
Oh, wasted delivery. Wide signal by the umpire.
Have to agree with that call. That was very short indeed. Almost bounced himself.
It was closer
Nathan
to him.
Edward. Almost hit his own toe, how short that one was.
Someone else needs to probably just get in his ear. I think Nathan has been all around the shop this morning.
Yeah, he has just struggled slightly. Oh, not slightly, he struggled quite a bit.
I was wondering. He stood quiet. I was just wondering. Not a short delivery. It's the end of the over. I think Marley Richards needs to take a rest. So I want to thank Marley for the last hour. So as he runs off to Jolly Beach, he will be replaced by the man from Melbourne. And that's, of course, Terry Laraki. Take a short break. We'll be right back. So let me say you for the second time this morning. Very well, good welcome to Terry Laragi, a man who knows his game. Morning, Terry.
Morning, Bernard. Pittman in again. Very good spell. Ali and I were talking earlier. Be interesting to see how he goes in this series.
In addition to taking wickets and being effective, penetrative, Pittman has been as tight as the economy.
Definitely. Which is great to see. And he made those important breakthroughs of Daniel, who looked very good for 47. Santa for 24. They put on 70 for the first wicket. It's 80 for 2 now. That's slashed and good catch. Well taken.
Oh, Pittman again.
Was slashed hard by Dhananjaya, but straight to
It's 80 for 3 at the moment. And of course, Marley Richards will be very happy with that.
But he's deserved his success, though, Bernard. Since
Yes, he
his
has.
first over, he's been on the money.
It's been very good. He's come in here and changed things up. And he deserves his success. Diving full length to his left.
So it brings Han Wickramasinghe to the crease. He joins Janiska Pereira and Pittman into Ramasinghe. Good bouncer. Welcome to the crease, says Mr. Pittman. So they're fighting back strongly here, West Indies Academy. Ramasinghe on strike, 2 slips gully. Pittman into him now. It's played into the cover region, fielded by Joseph, and no run.
3 for 10, Pittman. It's been absolutely marvelous.
Yes, 3 for 10 into his fourth over.
It's been disciplined more than anything else.
True, and that's the key, Renaud, especially on this type of track. And that's lifted and lifted straight to deep.
Pittman again.
Square leg.
Yeah, Jagisar taking the catch down there, deep backward square. And Pittman is struck again.
Over the square leg boundary, but he's hit it straight into the hands of Jagasar down there on the rope.
Yep.
2 wickets in the over to Pittman.
Again, let's try to help it around the corner.
Oh. 80 for 4, and Wickramasinghe goes for naught. And it all started with the wicket of Siobhan Daniel, who looked in very good touch, 47 off 41. That was 70 for 1. And then Ravindra Rasana, who had his chances, was caught, but the umpire decided to give it not out when he was on naught. He was hit by a beamer also when he was on naught. He ended up making 24. And that was 79 for 2. And then it was 80 for 3 when Pereira went. Dhananjaya went for naught. And then now Wickramasinghe for naught. So Pittman has 1 ball left of his fourth over. He's on a double wicket maiden.
Yeah, this has been a magnificent performance by Kelvin Pittman.
Left-handed Lakshan just rides the bounce, defends that into the offside to complete an excellent over there by Kelvin Pittman. A double wicket maiden. He's bowled 4 overs now, 4 for 10. And Sri Lanka in some bother. 80 for 4 after being sent in by West Indies Academy earlier this morning. So a good fight back here by West Indies Academy. Picked up 4 for 10 after an opening stand of 70. Nathan Edward will continue from the northern end and continue around the wicket, which is interesting.
Are you surprised that
Yes.
Edwards is even continuing at this point?
True. But most definitely around the wickets. Left-handed natural movement away when he comes over the wicket.
I can't understand two things. I can't understand why he's continuing at this point. Because the West Indies, at this point in time, they should be smelling blood. It's 80 for 4, and Pittman has taken 4 for 10. You want to add that pressure. The 2 new batsmen, Lakshan is the captain, yet to score, and of course Pereira's been there a little while, but he's just on 4.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is value here at this point in time in trying one of the slower bowlers now. They've gotten accustomed, nothing against Edwards, but he hasn't been penetrative this morning.
No, he hasn't. And he's into his 5th over. No wicket for 28. And he gives spin a go, especially when you've got the likes of Joshua Bishop in your ranks. Approaching lunch here at Coolidge on the first day. About 18 minutes to go before lunch. Give him 2 or 3 overs before the break. Keep the pressure on as they go for a quick single. Shy at the stumps by Edward. Misses.
A bit of fielding there by Edward.
At this level, but right through West Indies cricket, we don't have those dominant captains that they seem to relax. When they've got a team down, they don't go for the kill.
No, they always tend to deal with a top order. Have you noticed that?
Exactly.
But you don't have the captains like Sir Clive and Sir Viv anymore.
Exactly.
I remembered seeing this on commentary. I remembered covering a test match, radio coverage. And 7 wickets had fallen at Kensington Oval, and the captain at the time had a man on the point boundary.
Right.
With a new batsman coming in. I just couldn't understand it. And, you know, the results have not been that positive over the last decade or so, and I think we have gone into our shells.
Yeah, most definitely. They just don't seem to have, as you say, that killer instinct, and that's right round the region. It doesn't matter which captain you talk about, whether it's at regional level, at youth level, academy level, and senior level.
I like, though, Terry, you know, covering the 4-day this year, Atenes. Yeah, I looked at Atenes closely. And there's that aggression, lovely delivery, and a little bit of luck again. That would have been Edwards getting his first wicket and the 5th of the innings.
Definitely, just dropping short in front of...
Good.
Let it pass. In again, spot on target.
Better.
Much better ball in by Nathan Edward. Rakshan remains on naught as the over is completed. So Sri Lanka emerging players after being sent in at 81 for 4. Yes, you see snippets of it, but you don't see, and especially in the shorter format, like it happens in the test arena, obviously. But especially in the shorter formats, it's like take a 50 over game, for example, and you quite often see you have the opposition, 40 for 4 or 60 for 5 or something like that, and it's if they've got to play out the 50 overs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And all of a sudden the field spreads, and they look for containment rather than
just looking to
knock them off.
Yeah, which was
always the way.
Yeah, that was the way. That was a West Indian way.
Exactly.
There's always talk, Terry, about Baz Ball, and I always see
we were
Baz
doing
Ball.
that years ago.
Yeah, that's Calypso cricket.
Yeah, exactly. Pittman to start a new over from the commentary box end, bowling to Pereira.
4 magnificent overs from Pittman so far. Getting some shape there, but a bit too wide. 4 for 10 or 4. You take that any day.
Definitely. But, his team right back into this match. Like now, the boss in the game at this particular stage. But you talk about calypso cricket, you talk about the West Indian way, and I'm a big advocate for that, Vinod, that you can have all the data in the world, you can watch video after video. It's Pittman in again to Pereira, and that's turned just past the short leg for 1. He moves on to 6, and it's 82 for 4. But at the end of the day, you would like to see West Indies play West Indian cricket.
And I think that there has been an overkill with the textbook stuff.
Yes, yeah.
And the natural flair is not coming out.
Exactly. And it doesn't suit, because you have to remember, when we lost the title back in 95, you didn't have to reinvent the wheel.
No.
But they panicked.
They panicked.
And they started looking at what other countries were doing. Now, that suits other countries because they're not the natural athletes that West Indians are.
Yeah.
But now we've got ourselves in a position to mix up here, and there's nobody at the stumps.
I think wicketkeeper Tockett
Didn't move.
Yeah, he didn't move, and I think
I don't think he expected them to run, but Pereira stroked the ball into the cover region. He was halfway down the pitch when Lakshan sent him back. Shy at the stumps, it had to hit, but missed. So a let off there for Sri Lanka. Emerging players.
Yeah, Terry, yes, back to our discussion. I think there has been an overkill, and it has affected West Indies cricket.
Most definitely. And I believe, that it's affected West Indies cricket because they're trying to play an unnatural type of game.
Brilliant point. Brilliant point. Yeah. If I had time, I would have run across an Epicurean and get you a goat roti. Just for that point. That's a brilliant point, Terry. I mean, the rest of the world, they're not the natural athletes that we have in the Caribbean. And, look at Nicholas Pooran as an example. So after this delivery, Nicholas Pooran plays one way and one way only, and that's his way. You can give him, I know personally, there's an academy where he did a lot of work in Trinidad, and even now you can find him at 1 a.m. in the morning taking a hit at that academy. That's the Kumar Rampa Cricket Academy in central Trinidad. And when you speak to the guys who run the academy, they will tell you that Pooran comes there just to free himself. Well, first of all, he comes at that time because it's a very busy academy. He just wants to focus. This is why he goes there 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the morning.
Right.
And, he just wants to play his natural game. So, even at the IPL, a lot of information would come to him with the Indians having a lot of analysts and stuff. But that would not be absorbed too much by him because he doesn't want to kill the natural flair.
Right.
And this is what has made Nicholas Pooran. You look at him, Terry, and you see a lot of... You see a West Indian batsman of old.
Yes, true.
And some of them, as you can see, the headquarters of West Indies cricket there, that's a nice shot. And, you look at some of the batsmen today and you wonder... I remember a couple of years ago, England were playing in Australia. I can't remember the name of the batsman right now, but he went out there, he was batting, and every moment he was looking back at the pavilion because he was waiting for instructions.
Right.
So, he was not allowed to think on his feet. A West Indian in the past would have been able to think on their feet.
Exactly right. Edwards starts a new over. Bowling to Lakshan, who's on 183 for 4. Approach.
Is it a case, Terry, where we played into the hands of the others?
Of course. They were quick on.
You saw him dive.
Right.
But yet he was so efficient.
Exactly. And with the batting, it was natural stroke play. And he had a tendency to play once or twice too often outside the off stump. So the opposition, the rest of the world, honed in on that. But it took world. What they're actually saying is that is where the professionalism came in. And West Indies cricket were professional, absolutely professional. And it took the rest of the world a long time to realize that. I can remember, you know, in Australia, England, even India, you'd have 4, 5, 6 rows deep crowd just watching West Indies practice.
Yes, you're quite right.
You know,
good delivery there by Edwards. Yes,
but we lost all that because against ball.
excellent point, Terry. Excellent point. You know, just the way that West Indies played cricket, it, you know, sometimes I thought they defeated teams by just showing up. Why?
For sure.
Yeah. Then we decided to go their way.
Yes.
We decided to play into their hands.
Yeah.
And too much information. It's an overload of information at this point in time. I remembered a couple of years ago, and my son was on the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 team, and they were playing in the regional on the 19 tournament. And he told me that the coach at the time was just overloading the players with information.
Right.
And, you know, after a day's play, he had them in classroom sessions in the night.
Still going.
And it never worked out.
No.
I think they, when you asked them how much they came in the tournament, they told you second to last.
Right. but you know, that's all I'm saying. And if you look at it, I mean, February this year made 30 years since we lost the title. And the last 30 years we've been trying to play catch up to the rest of the world, when all we had to do was keep it basic. Keep the foundation was already there. The foundation didn't fall apart.
No.
The interests, you know, other interests came in, and modern technology and children or youths had, you know, different avenues to take. Work on that, for sure. But the way, the style, the way West Indies play and so should never have been tampered with. And 30 years later, we're still not getting the results, but they're still following the same path. I said to you when Roston Chase was given the captaincy of the Test that I was happy with that. Roston Chase is a cricketer, but he realized early on in his career, though, he didn't want to end up like a Craig Brathwaite. We're not playing enough test matches, so he's only playing 5 or 6 times a year. So he turned himself into a white ball player, or a good enough white ball player to get into the white ball formats. But then you bring him back into the test arena, you're a batsman. But you got him batting at 8 or 9 because now all of a sudden he's a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I've seen this
Things
guy.
don't make sense.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've seen Roston Chase win test matches for the West Indies.
Exactly.
Score hundreds.
Exactly. And I can remember when Bibi had the high performance center down in Barbados. He told me 2 players to keep eye on there were genuine cricketers and knew what it meant to be a West Indian cricketer. Craig Brathwaite and Roston Chase.
Wow. Well, there's a delay here at the moment. And so one of the Sri Lankan
He got something in his eye, didn't he?
Yep. That's Pereira, the lanky Pereira. It's been in there for quite a while. 87 for 4. Is it 87 a number that the Australians don't particularly like? But it's 87 for 4.
They don't. They say it's 13 away from 100.
Yeah.
So if you're superstitious.
Yeah, but you know, we all debate West Indies cricket, and one of the most brilliant points that I've heard is Terry saying just now that we lost the title 30 years ago. We decided to follow the world and continue to follow them, and nothing has changed.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you look at things. You spoke of the rest of the world trying to get to the West Indies and to get to where they were. I remember having a discussion with Mikey Holding. He was telling me about these long trips to Australia. We were actually there at the 2016 World Cup in Sydney, and we were having a discussion. So we were speaking, just how far away from home we are, and these sort of things, and about the long trip. And he was saying, when back in the day, when the West Indies toured Australia, as Pittman continues here, we'll get back to that. When West Indies toured Australia, you hated seeing Gus Logie. So I said, why? Why Gus Logie? He said, well, imagine one time we had a long flight to Australia, a connecting flight from Brisbane, and it took us 6 hours to reach Perth. And Gus Logie was the messenger for Clive Lloyd. He came knocking on your door immediately when we reached and checked into our rooms to say that there's a message from the captain that Dennis Waite is waiting in the lobby. He said then they had to hit the road and run for quite a long time to run out the jet lag.
Right.
And, you look at teams now, they might have the strength and conditioning coach, might have carded a session in the gym or a session the next day at the ground, when the West Indians just immediately hit the ground and started to run literally.
Right. No, a good point, Vinod. And that was the thing. If you look at our fast bowlers now, they don't do enough of that. Running, you talk to Courtney Walsh or Ambi or any of them, they'll tell you running was vital. They ran.
That was it.
And they didn't bother counting, they just ran.
Look.
Lap after lap after lap, or on the beach or whatever. But it was...
That's all they did.
Every day.
Man, Terry, you were singing this morning. I tell you something. A couple of years ago, Sir Curtly, a friend of mine, he was home by my house. And my son, who's a fast bowler, aspiring fast bowler, I said, Curtly, what advice you can give him? And Curtly told him, listen to me, young man. All I want you to do is run.
Right.
Just run. So you're spot on with that comment. Driving through the offside. Nice transfer of weight there. And they go back for 2. Yeah, just run. But now you have guys hitting the gym when basically all they have to do is run. I remember Sir Viv telling me that he never used weights. He used his body weight to develop himself, and he used to run on the beaches in Antigua.
Down Fort James every night.
But if you smack in the middle of London and you have no beach, you then go to a gym.
Right.
So our players were fortunate to have that ability and to have the resources there, the natural resources. Pushed away, and that brings us to the end of another over.
Lunchtime.
It's lunch, is it? Yes, so Terry will just give us a quick synopsis before we head to lunch.
Yes, so at the end of the first session here of the first day's play of this 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. And after winning the toss and sending Sri Lanka into bat, they're taking lunch on 89 for 4, with Janiska Pereira not out on 8, and Dhananjaya Lakshan, the Sri Lanka captain, not out on 5. The opening partnership between Rasanta and Daniel were yielded 70 before Calvin Pittman changed the game for West Indies Academy. He has picked up 4 for 14 in 6 overs, 1 maiden amongst that. Excellent bowling by a local boy, Pittman, this morning to drag West Indies Academy back into the match. So after being 70 without loss, Sri Lanka emerging players have taken lunch on 89 for 4. We'll take our lunch too here on Cricket 360, and we will be back on air with ball-by-ball coverage in about half an hour's time.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com. Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the College Cricket Ground here in Antigua for this 4-day first-class clash between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. And we just resumed after the luncheon interval. Sri Lanka, after being sent into bat, are 89 for 4 with Captain Lakshan on strike. He's on 5. He's on 8. Nathan Edward is the bowler, and that looks pretty plumb. Excellent delivery there by Nathan Edward. Traps Laxon right in front. Full pitch delivery. Umpire has no hesitation. Yes, excellent wicket there by Nathan Edward.
For 5, they've lost the last 5 wickets for just 19. Kelvin Pittman, the main destroyer, changed the game when he was brought into the attack in what we must say isn't the most helpful of conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground for fast bowling.
Most definitely. Excellent wicket there by Nathan Edward. Swing like that. So that brings Sohan de Oliveira to the crease. And then plays that down to Gully, and there's no run.
We saw prior to lunch Edward just struggling for his rhythm, especially from round the wicket. You see there a good illustration of what the bowlers have to contend with at the crease upon landing. See a slight slope almost across there from right to left on our screens. So Edward will have to contend from that over the wicket, but he's more comfortable to the left-handers, that's for sure. Nick! Oh, not enough pace to carry, but that's what we're talking about. He's more comfortable to the left-handers.
There for slip.
Well played by De La Vera in the end, soft hands. Didn't really go pushing at that delivery.
This is Edward. Turned behind. And a comeback for 2. Good running.
Very good running indeed. And Smith had a long way to go in that fine leg position. Well paced shot there for 2. De La Vera gets off the mark. Just need a partnership here from the Sri Lankan perspective.
Need a steadier.
70 without loss, 91 for 5. Disappointed with a few more of the dismissals. Bit soft for their liking.
One's cut nicely. Point into the boundary for 4. Looking shot by Oliveira. Moves on to 6.
De La Vera, so he's made a positive start to his innings. 95 for 5 off 22 overs. Chevon Daniel, top scoring so far, 47 of 41. Played quite beautifully, really. Really took to the conditions here. It's going to be Raniko Smith bowling from the pavilion end now. Started at the CIU Road.
True.
To be fair, I'm a little surprised not to see Kelvin Pitt.
I was going to say, interesting choice again.
Especially after lunch, he would have had those 40 minutes or so to rest and recover. It's going to be the tall, strapping Smith. Looks every inch a fast bowler.
Most definitely. He's got the height, the build. Bowling to a right-handed Pereira. Full pitch delivery. Red on Bowen Tuckett. Just pulled out of the gloves as he hit the ground. They take a...
So that's a chance then.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It didn't look like he hit it.
Based on the reaction of Carl and Bowen took it, he was taken by surprise in terms of the pace of that delivery. In the end, just had to parry it. Two slips, gully. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, fine leg, and that man at deep backward square. This one's worked away.
Nice looking shot. 4 runs, clipped that off his toes nicely.
And every now and again, we see some beautiful shots from these Sri Lankan. Those deliveries in which run scoring have been the easiest on this pitch. Over pitch deliveries, half volleys. For me, big Renico Smith just has to pull the length back a little bit here. It's not bad.
Yeah, because when he does, he troubles them.
Does that extra bounce.
Yeah.
Something that has troubled the batters from the subcontinent over the years. I think it's more recently where they've become more and more proficient against the sharp bowling, but over the past 20 years or so, it's been a mode of attack, especially for but times are changing, if they haven't changed already. Squirts off the inner half of the bat. Scramble through for 1.
We're going 5 down now, only 100 on the board. You want to see West Indies Academy really push for these last 5 wickets and close out the innings.
Yeah, it has to start with that discipline.
Yeah.
Can't afford to make run scoring too easy, especially in these conditions. Sri Lanka would be disappointed with the score.
Oh, he's at a go. Big. Oh, now that looked like he did it.
It did look that way. Maybe just a bit of swing, especially upon. Right there for the drive, not full enough. Good delivery that from Smith.
Boots. Take 2.
Yeah, but for me, Kelvin Pittman would be right back into the attack here.
Yes, yeah.
Obviously, it's a development type environment here at the academy. But you're also developing match awareness, the leadership. You're developing how to go about winning matches.
Exactly.
Forfeit. Want him right back in, putting pressure right back on the Sri Lankan batters, but it's not to be. Nathan Edward, he picked up a wicket post lunge. It's a bit too short. Good fielding there. He definitely saved 4 runs. Well, saved 3 in the end. Scrambled through for 1. 104. 4 for 5.
Thank you, sir.
But I agree with you, Mali. I'm quite.
Relico Smith, he's on debut.
Exactly.
First class debut here. New addition to this West Indies Academy bowling lineup.
Edward back around the wicket.
Tanishka just didn't commit to that, did he?
It was a bit of a waft. Rivaldo cracked it. Leg slip. Done a bit of a homework on Pereira.
Keep going there.
Edward in again to Pereira. And there it went, and gloved by Bowen Tuckett, diving in front of Rivaldo Clark. Rivaldo Clark.
Gone with 2. So chance goes a begging. Some fantastic tactics there from the West Indies Academy. But in the end, they couldn't finish the job. Pereira survives.
Go.
Edward does look a lot better in this spell though. First over went for 18 this morning. In his 8th over now, 1 for 41.
Once again, it's very reliant on the swing available to him. In his 8th over, he's been quite expensive. Just there again. Just a bit of extra bounce, but not really committing to the stroke outside the off stump. De La Vera. As you were saying, Terry, opportunity here for the West Indies Academy.
To really drive home the advantage here at Coolidge.
Edward's been the bowler that's bowled unchanged since he's come into the attack. And as we were saying, this is a development environment, so they're probably trying to bowl him into a bit of red ball form here. Would have been easy to pull him out of the attack from what we saw earlier, but gave him another opportunity post-lunch. And he rewarded that faith with that wicket. 1 for 41 from 8. 105 for 5 after 24.
Which you can understand though, Mali. You know, bowl him into a bit of form, as you say, give him longer, longer spells so he gets accustomed to bowling longer spells. Then it goes Smith on debut, give him as much of a bowl as possible. But at the same time, you still have to, weigh it up. Match awareness, as you were saying, game awareness. The state of the game at the moment. Can we drive home this advantage? All that comes into play as well. You don't want the game to just drift because you're trying to bowl somebody into form. Sloppy fielding there. Short extra cover. Allows the single. Smith's first delivery of a new over.
Craig Jagasar. There,
Yes,
cover.
I think so.
Heavy coating of zinc on the face to just illustrate just how hot it is out there. Jagasar using the ultimate sun protection. Change of angle from Smith though, round the wicket to the left-hander. De La Vera.
Ooh, he went after it too.
Once again, a bit of extra bounce. So in the last couple of overs, we've seen a few plays and misses outside that off stump to that stroke in particular. Maybe just picking up the length a little late here. For me, got to get another slip in. Got to get another slip in. 106 for 5. A few plays and misses. Just the 2 slips, a big gap there between second slip and gully. Can he keep this pressure? Smith, it's been a good start to his 6th over.
Yes, I would have had the extra slipped over from the get-go after the luncheon break. I can understand when they're bowling to Pereira, they seem to have a plan, so they had the leg slip in rather than the 3 slips, but I definitely have a 3rd slip to De La Vera. Too wide that time by Smith. But Sri Lanka, to me, they look like they're a bit disappointed that they've fallen from 70 without loss to 106 for 5. They look like to me that they're wanting to play every ball rather than just try and build a partnership, get themselves back into this match.
Yeah, especially with all that experience that we spoke about, that first-class experience behind them. The shot selection has just let them down slightly here. Take nothing away from Kelvin Pittman in particular. Just there again, big play and a miss.
To a ball that he could have easily left alone.
Interesting that Smith choosing to go around the wicket right away as well to the left-handed De La Vera. It's gone past the outside edge as well, but if you think from over the wicket, using the natural angle.
And if he gets a bounce from over the wicket, deadly.
With that ball constantly going away from the left-hander, I think it just makes him a more dangerous proposition.
Definitely. Because by the looks of things, De La Vera is not going to hold back.
Just there.
Driven beautifully this time, though, through the covers, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's meat and drink for any left-hander. Wide half volley. It's had to make solid enough contact. Did a bit better than that, didn't he? Let's have a look at this stride.
Contact.
At least he gets close to that one. Big flourish at the end.
Just a bit too full there by Smith to complete the over. Should like 110 for 5.
That shot in particular, very reminiscent of yesteryear, West Indian flair that we would have seen over the years. I think Brian Lara outside that off stump.
Thank you, sir.
Big flourish. Maybe not quite as high a backlift on a flourish, but still good to look at nonetheless. That shot will give him an element of confidence.
Definitely.
A few plays and misses, but he's found the middle here. It's going to be Edward again with his 9th unchanged over from the CIU road.
Leg slip in play again for Pereira.
Has the horse bolted though?
Yes, yes.
Has the horse bolted? Has that just given Pereira a bit of a sighter now in terms of his alignment at the crease? Just how he's going to look to counter this line of attack from Nathan Edward.
Edward in again to Pereira. Oh, he had a go at that.
Did, but didn't really, did he? It's
No,
a bit half-hearted once again.
Flung the bat, no footwork whatsoever. He's in two minds so far, Pereira, in this innings, whether to play or leave.
As Jeff Boycott would say, very tame offering outside the off stump there. Very tame indeed. Just at the moment, with that ability to swing the ball back in, Janishka just not quite sure what to play and what to leave. Chooses to advance.
Yeah. Interesting.
Looks to counter that swing. That's what you see at the higher levels. Players thinking on the job, looking to come up with the solutions in real time. Even if it means tinkering with the technique. You think Joe Root, you think of Steve Smith. Whatever is required for the match situation. The partnership needed here from a Sri Lankan perspective.
Punched through the cover region. They come back for two.
Working it.
Two more to Pereira. He goes on to 15. 112 for 5.
Good batting that. Not the worst delivery as well. Good cricket all around. Held his shape and just punched that into the vacant offside region.
But Mali, you bring up players like Smith and Root. To me, their key to their success is that they play each ball on its merit, they keep it simple,
and they play the situation of the game.
And they constantly, bouncer there by Edward, they're constantly looking to rotate the strike also, so they're not being pegged down. They're not having 6 balls delivered at them constantly.
Which is a skill in itself. That ability to rotate, strike, maneuver the ball into the gaps. That's what we've seen from the best, as we see umpire Brian there, just signalling 1 for the over.
That 160 he made the other day against West Indies in the one-day match.
Classy, wasn't it?
But he
just knocked the ball into the gaps.
Knocked the ball around.
Reminded me of peak Virat Kohli as well, in terms of a run chase. Just always being in control.
End of Edward over. Sri Lanka emerging players, 112 for 5.
And as you said, it's something that our West Indian batters are searching for, that
because that
ability to maneuver the ball into the gaps. I think it's a big issue in West Indian batting.
Well,
often overlooked. We just harp on the 4s and the 6s. We're powerful players. But there's more to batsmanship.
And I think the biggest point that's overlooked is that our batsmen, the mindset is, the first thing is to defend and then worry about scoring, instead of playing the ball on its merit.
Yeah, you don't have the time, really, especially at the
No,
highest
you
level.
can't make 2 decisions beautiful in what, 10 seconds? Lovely on drive there.
That's been the shot of the innings so far from De La Vera. His innings of 20. Beautiful shot there. Maybe just illustrating that he's feeling a bit more at home in these conditions. A few plays and misses to start. Maybe that was a bit of nerves. But that shot should give him the world of confidence. Balance was good. Head positioning was good.
He's got a high score of 143 in first-class cricket, 512 50s. He moves on to 20 here, 116 for 5. Sri Lanka emerging players. And again, beautiful shot through the covers, running out towards the boundary. 4 more back-to-back boundaries there for De La Vera. 2 classy-looking shots.
Yeah, I think it was that extra cover drive in the previous over really has got De La Vera going here in this innings. Obviously, a bit too full from Smith. But De La Vera looking very comfortable and settled at the crease now.
Smith over the wicket to the left-handed De La Vera. Again driven, but this time straight to extra cover. Captain Teddy Bishop does the fielding. Sweet timers at the ball, though, aren't they? All subcontinental players, but risky timing. They don't try to overheat it too much.
I think what young Smith will learn as he progresses in his career, especially with this angle from around the wicket, at this stage, it's coming right into the wheelhouse of De La Vera. For me, he's got to go over, look to take the ball away from the middle of the bat. He has. It's gone back over the wicket now. Chooses to go short.
And on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Take one. Pereira moves on to 16, 122 for 5. Or 121 for 5.
Quite comfortable in taking on that sharp ball was De La Vera. Sohan. So see 3 really good shots off the front foot as well. So he's looking like a well-balanced player here.
Smith now to the right-handed Pereira.
That's what they're looking for. That's what they're looking for from Smith. More consistently. Just in that region. I think that's his ceiling, really, for Nico Smith. If you can see the development that, well, we hope to see. I think deliveries such as that are the ones that we'll be seeing over and over and over and over again.
Smith in again to Pereira. Short ball. Tucks under, lets it go. Outside off stump to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Pereira is on 15, De La Vera is on 25, and Sri Lanka emerging players are 121 for 5. So I welcome back Vinod. Good afternoon, Vinod.
Good afternoon, Terry. West Indies here. They have to be careful. I already said early on, still a battle. Whereas they might want to give guys an opportunity, it's still a battle. So you want to see how quickly you can get Pittman back into the attack from probably this side. Smith was has been a bit expensive. Hasn't been consistent, Smith. I think that has been a bit of an issue.
Yep. It will be Edward to continue. Starting his 10th over on the trot. Stabbed into the offside. They take a single. 122 for 5. De La Vera moves on to 26 of just the 21 deliveries. He's looked good.
Yeah, he's looked very good. He has been very positive since coming in.
Back on strike to Edward around the wicket. Right-handed, driven back towards the bowler. I think he got a touch on that, slowed it up. They take a single. Yes, as Mali and I were talking, Vinod.
Yep.
Surprised that Pittman wasn't in in the attack from the get-go after the lunch break.
Yeah, I think he would have gotten a rest during the lunch break. He's a fit young man. He should have been back in this partnership here. These two have forged a partnership of 34. Is that what?
Turn nicely down to Smith at fine leg for another single. So they're building a partnership. Couple of chances after the luncheon break, both put down by Bowen Tucker. The second one really was Rivaldo Clark's catch there, leg slip, which looks like a ploy to Pereira. He's on strike now to Edward. He advances.
Advancing just to negate the swing. It's a no ball though, signaled by the umpire. So he left home early though, Terry. And
he did, very early.
Edward saw him and dug it in short. What could happen here? I don't know if Bowen Tuckett may even think about standing up just to keep him in the crease. Edward, with all due respect, is not one of the faster bowlers.
Hustles in again to Pereira, who just stabs it into the offside, and they take a quick single. Good run in again by the Sri Lankans. He moves on to 17, 126 for 5. But this is the time, though, isn't it? This middle session that when you're on top, you don't want to let the game drift away from you. Keep the pressure on. Get your main bowler back in the attack. Sloppy bit of fielding again there at extra cover. Just about cost the boundary. Just pulled it back. Well, originally he went with one hand. It wasn't hit that firmly to him, but he went with it. Just went with one hand and it went through him. Lucky to drag it back, but they pick up 3.
I think the bongs got him there. In the end, was he able to just pull it back? There's Edward. Space him up a bit. Good delivery.
Much better delivery there by Edward to end the over. The advancing Pereira once again. 129 for 5, Sri Lanka at the end of that over. This partnership just growing nicely for Sri Lanka at this stage.
I think Smith is going to continue. So Teddy Bishop giving his bowlers extended runs.
Can we take water, please?
Smith was a bit expensive in his last over. He's just sticking with him.
Okay, he's bowled 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 38 so far. Still no spin over, no, which is very interesting.
Yep. Smith is going to continue. Let's see if he will have a better over, see if he can settle in. But we've had about 40 minutes since the lunch break. I think by now he would have been waxing warm.
Should be on the drive to a wide delivery that time by De La Vera, but catches the bottom end of the bat.
Loose shot there by De La Vera. Smith would want to angle that delivery across the left-hander. two slips waiting on a gully.
Which is much better to see, Vinod, when they, in my opinion anyway, when the fast bowler comes over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yep. Here he goes, Smith. Big, tall man.
Too wide again.
That's the angle that he wants, but has to start a bit closer to the batsman. Sohan De La Vera, 5 first-class centuries. He's just come in, he's scoring more than a run a ball.
Yeah, he's looked very positive. 30 off 25. I'd still like to see, though, Vinod, with Smith bowling over the wicket, a third slip in place for him.
Yeah. Should be attacking as much as they could at this point in time. So, can't be easy work in this heat. Wind has picked up a bit. Should give the players some sort of relief.
Smith in again to De La Vera. That's
Loose.
the line, that's better.
Yep. That's where you want him, Terry.
Definitely. Close enough that he looks to play. So 129 for 5. It was 89 for 4 at lunch. So they put on 40 for the loss of 1 so far in this middle session.
40 valuable runs here.
Smith in again to De La Vera. Again, too wide, shoulders, arms. Let's go through. So dies on the way through the Bowen Tucket. A couple of deliveries died on the way through.
That's not the quickest pitch. There's something there, but it's not the quickest. It's Pittman. Woke it up though before lunch.
Most definitely. He was spot on from his first over. Asking the right questions. Striking nice
Beautifully. Quick single taken. Nice sound of the bat there. It's the end. It's the end of the over. An over where the Sri Lankans continue to fight back. Partnership of 41. It's 130 for 5.
Yes, going along nicely. These two left-right-handed combination. Trying to rebuild the Sri Lankan emerging players' innings after they got away to a good start.
Well, the first sign of spin coming from the CIU road end. So it's going to be Joshua Bishop.
The left arm of Joshua Bishop. Thought we might have seen him earlier, even a couple of overs before lunch, but nevertheless comes into the attack now. Interesting to see how these Sri Lankans play spin. They're normally very adept at playing spin.
Yeah, those teams coming out of Asia. India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh. It's only pretty depth at dealing with the slower stuff.
Joshua Bishop had a very good 2025 West Indies Championship. Once again.
We'll carry that form into this match.
Took some 33 wickets to be one of the leading wicket takers. That's cut away nicely through point for 4.
So he's beaten with a boundary.
Have
Have a look at that. Short and wide, bad delivery to start with.
Come on, boys. Work, bish.
Controlled it nicely though. De Oliveira moves on to 35, 134 for 5.
Hey, boy.
Sammy's punching and punching well again.
Back on the point boundary now. Restricts the scoring to 1. Yes, Joshua Bishop took 33 wickets in the 2025 West Indies Championship. 25 apiece. Best bowling 7 for 85, which was right here against Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Too short, you can go deep into his crease and just look to play him back.
I can't hear you.
Yes, it's been a touch short so far. First over. The right-handed Pereira. Takes that through. Extra cover, there's no run. Slip and a short leg as Bishop. One is lapped around the corner down to the boundary for 4.
Yep. The 2 boundaries coming in Bishop's first over. Again, short. And all he had to do was to get in the side of the line of it and play it away down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, short and ill-directed. Brings up the 50 partnership between Pereira and De Oliveira.
50 valuable runs. Sri Lanka were tottering on 89 for 5.
Working, boys. Still working, boys.
Can't say I've agreed with the bowling changes of skipper Bishop. Terry.
Better delivery to finish the over there by Bishop. So Sri Lanka emerging players. 139 for 5. Yes, I agree with you, Bernard. A bit questionable since the luncheon period, especially given the fact that they got the early wicket, got the 5th wicket just after the luncheon break.
Yep.
Would have thought they'd bring their main weapon on, but he so far hasn't been seen. Calvin Pittman.
It seems as if is Smith going to continue. Yeah, he's
Yes,
going to continue
so.
with Smith.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Can't understand it though.
So Smith will continue from this commentary box end here at Coolidge, home of West Indies cricket, of course. If you're in the area, come down and watch the future stars of tomorrow. Be bowling to the left-handed De Oliveira. Was well set on 36. Smith into him now, and that's good delivery.
Don't keep back in.
Yes.
Good line.
If he can keep that consistency, we've seen his ability, to move the ball both ways.
Yes.
Captain Teddy Bishop has not only left him on, but taken another slip away, so he's down to one slip now. This is the time of the day, isn't it, where game can quickly slip away. That's slashed.
That's 4 more.
Backward a point for 4. Wide enough. He had the width and he went with it.
Runs coming at a pretty decent clip.
Definitely. About 50 minutes since the luncheon interval, and they've put on set 53, 54 runs, so they're going at better a run a minute. .143 for 5. De Oliveira moves on to 40. Just the 33 deliveries. Pereira is on 21. Smith in again over the wicket to the left-handed De Oliveira, and again stroked beautifully through the cover region. Fielder just gets a hand on it.
Good effort there this time by him.
As that had 4 more written all over it.
Yep.
They pick up another 2. He's showing his ability here. Very good little knock this by De Oliveira.
It's changed things since he's come in. He's been very, very positive. He has changed up things for his team. Smith just getting some advice. Runs away.
Again stroked nicely to the fielder on the deep backward point boundary.
De Oliveira has really looked the pick of the batters so far today.
Yes, he has, and he's resurrecting this Sri Lankan innings very well here. Partnership with Pereira has given him good support.
Smith, I think he's tiring now.
So he's into his 9th over. Better delivery to the right-handed Pereira, who defends that up to middle. Slowly walking back to his mark is Smith, so this might be the last over of his spell.
I'm getting that impression.
Again to Pereira. Lets that go outside off stump to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging players, 146 for 5. De Oliveira is moved on to 43. So good little passage of play despite losing the wicket early just after the luncheon interval. Little passage of play with this partnership now worth 57 for the 6th wicket between De Oliveira and Pereira. It's bringing the Sri Lankan emerging players back into this match.
Yeah, definitely back into this game. And looking to, this will be the carry on. They need to just bat and bat.
Definitely is.
Bad delivery again, too slow. Sorry, too short. And it's worked away behind the square.
Yes, Joshua Bishop, first over, went for 9. He's struggling to find his rhythm at the moment. He swept that beautifully.
That's 4.
King.
Bishop.
Too easy.
Yeah, runs coming in a hurry here now for Sri Lanka. Already 150 up in over number 32. That's a good clip, Terry.
Definitely, definitely,
Yeah.
especially considering they went through that period where they lost 5.
Yep, 5 for 19.
5 for 19, yes.
Yeah, so the run rate is close to 5 and over here at the moment.
Pereira moves on to 25. That nice looking slog sweep through mid-wicket. Bishop in again from the northern end. Passes that one up. He tries to
It's going to
get
run
it around
very
the
close.
corner.
They get 2.
2 buys.
There's nothing on it.
Wet bish.
Both Pereira and De La Vera taking the attack to Joshua Bishop.
Working boys.
Of course, we know he has that arm ball that can be deadly. So far today, he hasn't found his length.
Oh, too close to cut there.
Working bish.
Two deliveries in succession for Pereira, trying to force it through the offside. It's better, he stood up straighter, stayed closer to the ball, gets the single off that final delivery of Josh Bishop's over. He goes on to 26, and it's 154 for 5. They need a spark, they need something, Vinod, before this partnership gets well and truly out of hand. It's worth 65 now.
Spanking new electronic scoreboard here at Coolidge. Looks good.
Looks excellent, doesn't it?
Yeah, it presents all the information that you want in a nice, concise manner.
Change right arm over.
Kenny Clark, change of bowling here at the southern end, media center end.
Interesting. Of course, opened the bowling this morning with Renarco Smith. It'll be Clark into Pereira. Down the leg side, taken by Bowen Tuckett. This was, or is, Calvin Pittman's end. But still no Pittman.
Still no Pittman.
Well, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 14. Turned the game around for the West Indies Academy prior to lunch, but we have not seen him since the luncheon interval.
Nothing was happening whilst Pittman was out of the attack. All of a sudden, he came and just grabbed 4 quick wickets.
And he's a real rhythm bowler too. So you'd as much as like giving Smith and Edward extended runs to bowl them into form, you've got a guy there that's taken wickets for you. Spot on target that time, McKenny Clark defended back to the bowler by Pereira. It's a best of 4 for 48 in first class cricket. There's Calvin Pittman, so be hunting his first fiver also.
Yeah, he'll be chomping at the bits just to get back in.
Clark in again to Herrera. Bang on target again. It's the bat down in time. Defends it to Jagassar at mid-wicket. It does seem strange, you know, as Marley was saying though, Vinod, you know, it is development team, so they look into develop, but just the state of the game, just being match awareness. You got a guy that turns the game around, takes all 4 wickets that had fallen during the first session, and yet we're approaching an hour into the second session and he hasn't been given the opportunity again.
Yeah, it's been had an hour's play.
And he's all right. He's out there fielding, so no injury concerns. McKinney Clark turns, runs away from us now into the right-handed Pereira. Down the leg side again. Umpire not interested. Clark just pulled up a bit short there. He's limping back to his mark. Long hot day out there, Vinod, for a fast bowler.
Can't be easy work.
Dry surface. Clark runs in again to Pereira. And that one
Let's go for drinks.
left alone again, but outside off stump, better line that time, and that brings the first hour of play in the second session to a close. So we'll have a drinks break with Sri Lanka emerging players on 154 for 5 with De Oliveira on 44. And yeah, he's on 44.
Pereira's on 29.
Pereira's on 29.
Much needed break.
Nice, let's go. You might talk slow. Yes, you can talk slow. Anything you say, yes. Let's go again. All right, Max, let's go.
Lane.
So we're back. Joshua Bishop is going to continue. And he's taking up the attack from the CIU road end. See how he goes. That's a reverse sweep into the gap, and they will get 2. So starting positively again there.
Working, lads.
Sohan
Working,
de
boys.
Oliveira.
Working, boys.
So he's approaching a half century.
Work, bitch.
67 run partnership, and he's got 45 out of that, 46 out of that. Bishop on the far end. Plants it down the track. Just a single.
Working, lads. Working, boys.
The academy fighting back and fighting back well here.
Working, bitch.
As Terry comes back in to join me.
Keep at it, lads.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone. They certainly are putting up a good fight, the young Sri Lankan boys. Important passage of play this, leading up to tea on day 1. Need to break this partnership with the West Indies Academy. It's worth some 69 runs now, the 6th wicket.
Tapping away.
Nicely played.
Come back for 2.
The runs continue to flow.
And easy as that, you know.
Yeah.
No real hiccups or anything. The runs coming. In fact, Terry, I think it's coming too easy at this point in time. Bishop has been too short. Short again. Cut away for 4.
Lovely shot and a lovely way to bring up your half century. Oliveira moves on to 53. And you're quite right, Vinod. It is coming too easy, far too easy. No pressure on them.
Keep at it, lads.
Nice shot to reach your milestone.
Most definitely.
Come on, boys.
That's his De Oliveira. That's his 13th first class 50.
Come on in, lads.
500s to go along with that. 164 for 5.
Hey.
Up that time by Bishop. Forward in defence is De Oliveira to complete the over. So an over in which De Oliveira brought up his 50, 53 or 41 deliveries. Sri Lanka 164 for 5, hitting back here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Pereira is with him. He is on 27.
So runs coming too easy here at this point in time, and something has to give. McKinney Clark continues his second over since coming back. His first over, he was not penetrative. He was all over the shop. Let me say a very good afternoon to Marley Richards. Good afternoon, Marley.
Good afternoon, Vinod. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, the trump card for the West Indies Academy has just proven to be a bit expensive in Joshua Bishop. 25 conceded off just 3 overs. Haven't seen that too often from the young man. Being put under a bit of pressure by the Sri Lankan pair.
Quick single taken. To be honest though, Mali has bowled badly so far. You know, he's bowled 3 overs, and I can probably say 14 of those 18 deliveries were short.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Not what we've grown accustomed to seeing from Joshua Bishop. He's been damn near the top bowler in West Indies 4-day cricket in the last couple of seasons. Topped the wicket-taking charts 2 seasons ago, was in the top 3 last season as well.
When you look at him and you're just not seeing that the energy. Driving. More runs here. Easily they go back for 2. A word on De La Vera.
Well, I thought he's played quite nicely, hasn't he? From ball 1, really. He's looked to play, put bat on ball. He played and missed to start a bit in terms of getting acclimatized to the conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But since then, he's just played beautifully all around the ground. He's been strong off that front foot as well. That extra cover drive. You think back to his first boundary, booming extra cover drive would have gotten him going. Just in terms of a partnership and the rate in which he's gone about it, it's proven to be a real thorn for the West Indies Academy.
He has. Noodling this around the corner, more runs here. Wants 2. Sends Pereira back.
He's looked to be busy, has De La Vera, scoring at well above 100 strike rate, 56 off 43. At the time, they were 5 down, probably 89 for 5. We were saying they just need a partnership period here to settle. It's been led by Sohan De La Vera with his 56. Oh, big in-swing in Yorker. Maybe
Beautiful.
just sneaking past the leg stump.
Let's have a look at that again. Beautiful delivery.
Interesting stance that. It's got that open stance, looking to keep that front foot out of the way, so he's cognizant of LBW dismissal, but just there, maybe starting it outside the line of leg and still going.
Definitely outside the line of the leg stump. Cut away.
It's been a struggle for McKinney Clark this year, really, in 4-day cricket. Struggled mightily in the 4-day, in the last 4-day season for the West Indies Academy to pick up wickets. Really struggled to consistently pick up wickets. Could have had one already here today. So what happened this morning with that catch to Rivaldo Clark.
Yep. End of the over. At the end of it, 168 for 5, and De La Vera just having a change of gloves has been the difference here.
Yeah, he has so far. With that half century in the way he's gone about it as well. He's applied pressure back onto the West Indies Academy. And surprisingly though, for me, Seen much of Kelvin Pittman after lunch?
No, we haven't seen him at all. And there's no issue of an injury because he's out there. So probably skipper Bishop working on instructions to probably give everyone a chance.
Where, JB? Where, JB?
View
Where,
differently.
JB?
Say once you have a team down, you go at them.
Especially, yeah.
This is a match at the end of the day. It's back pulling.
Just one, Jackie, just one.
He's got 4 as well.
Yep.
Pittman. Be a debut, or a maiden, sorry. 5 for at this level.
Maybe you could come here, sir, please, sir. Little more. Thank you, sir. Nate.
Can Bishop just string a few overs together here, though? Starts off with another single. Needs a few quiet overs to get into his work.
Where, JB? Where, JB? Where, JB?
25 runs. Not be happy with that, Bishop.
Where, Bishy? Where, Bishy?
So making some height. Runs here again.
And well, I'm going to take a keen interest in Joshua Bishop in this match because he's been so prolific in West Indies 4-day stuff in terms of nearing the wicket-taking charts, at the top of the wicket-taking charts. Be interesting to see how he goes about bowling to these, as we were saying earlier, players from the subcontinent who are a bit more proficient against spin.
Yeah.
So far, he's finding it hard work.
It's been too short in the main, and that's something that he has to work on.
I think what we see from these players in the subcontinent as well, they don't just lunge onto the front foot to the spinners. They look to use the depth of the crease, try and get back to balls that
down the trap.
So there, he looked to advance with De La Vera. So his intentions there.
I like the look of De La Vera.
I do as well. He's, as we say in the Caribbean, he's a bit of a shotgun, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's playing his shots. Out of the mold of a Sanat Surya.
Swashbuckling style almost. So Sanas Jayasuriya, the impact he had on international cricket, especially in the white ball game, dominant, very dominant at the top of the innings.
So let's see what will be the situation. McKinney Clark is going to continue.
Partnership 81.
I'm wondering if Pittman is asking a question. There's your beautiful scoreboard, electronic scoreboard, that you did not notice on coming into the ground.
I didn't, because we've come here for so many games and it's never working. So
it's working now.
It is. It really does help us here in the commentary box as well. Helps the players on the ground, the spectators as well. Just keeps them well informed. Extended spells for first Edward, then we saw Smith as well. Now it's McKenny Clark back for another spell. Still no Kelvin Pittman. Must be said, maybe the Academy have just allowed South Sri Lanka to get back into this game.
To get back well into the game. We all know runs has been a bit of a premium in West Indies cricket at all levels.
All levels, you're right.
So you have a team down, you need to knock them out.
And even on that defensive stroke there from Janishka Pereira, very solid indeed. Right out the middle of the bat.
He's living a charmed life as well.
He has. He's still at the crease though.
That's the important thing. When you look up at that big scoreboard, you wouldn't see the charmed life that he has lived.
says nothing about that.
Driving, well fielded. And Becky Joseph. Single taken though. These two Sri Lankans, they're up for it. They're switched on, so to speak.
Just made a point of the energy. The energy's up from the Sri Lankan pair at the crease. I think it's up to the West Indies Academy to match it. Yeah.
So you need, in a situation like this, I think you need to get an informed man into the bowling attack. Let him pick the players up. He will pick the players up, man, if you get him back in there. The man has been absolutely brilliant today.
No ball.
No ball. They've been a lot better to what we've seen from them this year in terms of the fast bowlers for the West Indies Academy. They've just overstepped that front line on far too many occasions this season for me. One game, I think, bowled 23, 24 no balls in an innings as well.
That's a lot. That's too much.
I think Nathan Edward had 12 or 13 of those himself. So it's been an issue for the West Indies Academy bowlers. They've been a lot better in this game, but every now and again still overstepping that mark.
So the Leeward Islands T20 Festival is on the way as well. Today's the penultimate day of the tournament. Anguilla has been in top form. They're unbeaten so far.
A little surprising.
Yep, Jamal Hamilton has taken the tournament by storm. 2 half-centuries, 3 half-centuries, one being 90 odd.
And that's the thing, in the shortest format of the game, all you need is a couple performances. You know, you think Hamilton there leading from the front. You probably wouldn't expect Anguilla to have the strongest of batting lineups, but they really, their top players have performed.
Yeah, Chesney Hughes to an extent, Jamal Hamilton, Alex Adams.
And
in fact, Dimitri Adams.
Dimitri, yeah. He's the son of Alex Adams.
Yeah. Short format cricket. I'm sure you would have had a discussion with IVA about T20 cricket and what would have happened. He would have been an absolute star. He was a star. He was a star already in Test cricket and 50 over. What might have happened? I think he would have been the biggest buy.
Yeah, I think
you wouldn't have seen him. He would have been in every T20 league.
Every league. And that's the thing. That would have posed a problem for West Indies. Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Would he have had the West Indian career that he would have had if he had come up in a time such as this?
But you know what? I think he would have preferred to play for West Indies.
That's the
Such
thing.
was the man. The man fought. The man carried West Indies cricket at the time when Sukhviv was doing his thing for West Indies cricket. There was a serious black ball movement sweeping across the Caribbean. And I think Sukhviv and these guys, they led that fight. And they led it admirably. But he would have been an absolute star. Imagine. And he would tell you, Mali, he would have loved the bowls off spin. Best of 6 for 41.
Yes, and I think he would have benefited a lot from the shorter format of the game with ball in hand. Not a big spinner. In fact, didn't spin the ball at all. Right arm straight, as I would say. Chance there. Colin Bowen took it, probably thinking that foot was on the line. Sharp keeping.
Let's have a look.
Randall Clark as well was very interesting. We don't have the best angle here from our vantage point, but nonetheless.
Can probably still have a little look there. Let's have a look. I think he was well grounded. Was he?
It was well grounded. The issue would be just whether it was grounded behind the line or on it.
On it.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Yeah, it is.
Fat Bowen took it. He's got the best vantage point there.
Yeah, better than ours. Cameraman, your good friend Jason. Big J. Is he searching? Yeah, Big J. He's searching for a plate, isn't he?
Choosing to go with the quicker one.
Yep, your man. Bill Joe.
Bill Joe is my boy.
He's across in St. Lucia doing the A-team.
Oh, he's doing the A-team stuff over there. So he's there with the Reds and the rest.
Reds and the crew.
Say good afternoon to them, wherever they are.
Yeah, I think tomorrow they start their 4-day game. This is Hoyt away for 6. My goodness. Joshua Bishop just not having the best of time at this point in time here, Marley.
And as you said, Vinod, key word, energy. There's no energy at the crease. There's no energy on the ball. Just rolling the ball out here. And especially against these subcontinent batters who play spin very well.
Just throwing it up. What's that? Come on, Joshua.
Real revs, not looking to spin it. Obviously, the ball is still quite hard. Just, 37 overs old or so.
Yeah. That went straight into CWI's office. Probably had Dr. Shallow docking. If he's there.
I think our man's going to be called back into the attack now. This partnership approaching 100.
Has to be, and he's back.
It's going to be Kelvin Pittman back into the attack from the pavilion end. What a spell that was.
Tremendous.
Prior to lunch.
Your guy Bill Joe is across in St. Lucia. He's having a time with the Reds. I don't think they're the best friends.
I'm sure they are.
Oh my. Joseph Reds Pereira.
Legend of commentary here in the West Indies.
Yes, man.
Pittman 4 for 14 in his 6 overs prior to lunch.
Starts and stops.
Really changed the game, didn't he? When he came into the attack. 89 without loss.
70 without loss.
70 without loss, sorry.
89 for 5. Oh, starts well.
Yeah, it was 89 for 5 at lunch.
Pittman starting immediately. Attempted Yorker.
In fact, no, it was 89 for 4 at lunch. It was Nathan Edward that picked up that wicket after the luncheon break.
So he could have gotten 2.
Yes. Catch put down by Bowen Tuckett.
Pereira.
Well thought out piece of cricket as well. Only thing they just didn't execute at the end. Having that leg slip in. Goes short to start with though, and this is pulled away. Down behind square for 4. Doesn't look best pleased with that effort of the fielder down there at the backward square region and Becky Joseph.
I one thought that Joseph could have been a little quicker.
Just pulled out a little prematurely there. That's not the delivery that you'd want to see from Kelvin Pittman to start. He's very consistent in that first spell.
In fact, Becky would not be taking you for dinner later tonight. He's actually in the 30-yard circle.
Oh, wow. That's Josh Bishop, sorry. I did you a
Yeah.
disservice, and Becky Joseph. That's Joshua Bishop. So once again, that energy
is not there.
It's not there.
Something is not right with Josh today.
From probably from someone who is the most experienced player in this lineup at this stage.
Yeah.
the standout player for the West Indies Academy over the past couple of seasons. He's looking to, this is probably one of his last series maybe with the West Indies Academy, considering his age and the stage of his development. That's the delivery there. That's what we're talking about from Kello. Full in length, luring the batter onto that front foot. Bit of extra pace as well. Very reminiscent of a Simon Jones. You think the English fast bowler. Look at that. Bit of movement in as well. In between bat and pad.
Tell you something. Coat of Harris paints on that again. And was gone.
Those are the deliveries that we're talking about from Kelvin Pittman. Just starting to replicate these over and over and over now. That rhythm still looks good post-lunch. He's had his struggles with his run-up over the years. Tended to see him, just struggle for that rhythm. Overstriding, chipping through. But here today, he's been absolutely perfect.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work with that. He did extended work in Trinidad with Red Force coach Riyad Emmerich and Kelvin Williams. Kelvin Williams, who would have played in the days of Sir Viv. Didn't know I'm sure I knew how that went down. He was a fast bowler. Kelvin Williams. Trinidad and Tobago versus the Windward Islands at Guacara Park. I think it was in the late, back end of the 80s. Trinidad and Tobago needed 16 runs to win the 4-day clash. He struck 4 sixes and four balls.
Wow. 24 off 4.
Yeah, end of that.
Match done.
Don't know if you know of the Guacara Park venue.
Yeah.
Did you play there?
I didn't play there.
Okay. Oh, brilliant.
Goes for Yorker length this time.
Yeah. That venue, though, Marley, is the only cricket venue in the world that's nestled in an oil refinery.
Wow. And
he struck a 6 that went out of the ground, crossed the road into a shopping plaza. The ball never came back. End of the over, and just one over from Pittman, and you think the West Indies Academy, they're onto something.
Yeah, they are. He's gone past the outside edge on a couple of occasions. Even beat the inside edge as well in that over from Kelvin Pittman. And even then, when he was brought into the attack, still kept just the one slip. I think when Pittman's on, you've got to have at least 2 slips in when he's bowling. Got to look to remove, especially De La Vera. He's been the danger man, 64 or 58.
Yeah. So it's going to be Josh. Let's see. Has to fight through this little period here, Marley.
Yeah, he does. Not too many spin bowling options for the West Indies at the West Indies Academy's disposal here in this match. These front line spinners. Josh Bishop, Jagasar can bowl a bit of offies as well. I think Rivaldo Clark with his handy offies. Okay, a bit of turn here.
Bounce as well.
And a bit of bounce, yeah. But as you were saying, just need to put a bit more energy on these deliveries, Josh Bishop.
Catch him!
Once again, good footwork. The Sri Lankan batter, just allowing him that extra split second to find that gap through the offside.
Keep at it, lads. Keep at it, lads.
One thing said Teddy Bishop has waited a bit too long to get Pittman back into the attack.
Bumps.
Yeah, as you were saying, this development environment, maybe just giving opportunities to the other fast bowlers, choosing to reverse this time. That man down. Deep backward point, Jagasar does the fielding.
Come on, boys. Keep at it, lads. Keep at it, lads.
Where's
Come
this
on,
wicket
boys.
going to come from here? Man comes.
Right, bitch. Right, bitch. Bitch. Yes, bitch. Ball it, bitch. Ball it, bitch. Ball it,
That is
bitch. Ball
Dindial
it.
actually.
Absolutely.
Jagisar at backward point. Short third manish region. Is Dindial. We did see
Palmer.
McKenny Clark go off the field as
Palmer.
well. Michael Palmer substitute on there at long on.
Thrown a wrong classical.
Wait, wait. Working, bitch. Working, bitch. Hey!
Too close to cut there. We've seen Pereira at times try to cut deliveries that are too close. It's the end of the over, and I take my leave. I'll be joined by the man himself, Terry Lara.
Yeah, he just doesn't quite pick the length as quickly as De La Vera. Here. So foxed by the pace on that last delivery, but nonetheless he survives. This partnership now, valuable partnership, approaching 100.
Yes, good afternoon, Mali. Good afternoon to all our viewers, wherever you may be. Did they take too long to bring Calvin Pittman back in?
Yeah, I think that's a fact. Can he rectify that mistake is the next question. Here he is.
Pitch delivery on that occasion. De La Vera has been looking good though, Mali. 65 of 60.
Yeah, he's found run scoring quite easy, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Did say the batting conditions here are quite good. But he's looked to be positive. He's run well between the wickets as well.
Pittman coming around the wicket now to the left-handed De La Vera. Past the bowler, they take a single.
That's what he's done more often than not as well. He's looked to present a full face.
Yes, plays nice and straight, brings up the 100 partnership between himself and Pereira. Pereira contribution 30, De La Vera 66.
Yeah, 89 for 5, just what the doctor would have ordered for the Sri Lankans. Done so in some style as well, the way he's gone about it. Vinod mentioned maybe reminds him a little of Sanath Jayasuri. I see a little bit of Niroshan Dickweller as well in him. Very busy player indeed.
But as we were talking earlier though, Mali, you know, have they missed a trick or what is it? You put the development first,
yes, that's what we're saying,
or you know, do you look at the match situation?
I think they probably expected just a little bit more from, especially a
The other
McKenny
two,
Clark.
yeah, true.
Obviously, Renico Smith, he's on debut. But McKenny Clark has been here for a couple seasons now.
Bounce at that time by Pittman, left alone by Pereira. That's a rather interesting stance at the crease. Slightly open, slightly pointing his leading leg or left leg to mid-on, and the bat comes down between his legs. Just the one slip for Pittman. Gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg on the boundary as he runs into Pereira. And again, bouncer, but easily evaded.
Is it 2 for the over?
Says that's 2 for the over.
Upman 2 for the over.
189 for 5. Pereira's on 38. Encourage everyone in the area, Coolidge or in Antigua, come down and watch the future stars of tomorrow. The home of Cricket West Indies here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Cricket 360 by the Windies Cricket YouTube channel as Pittman in again to Pereira, who advances, defends it up to Teddy Bishop at mid-on, and there's no run.
I think you can't really overemphasize just how well Pittman would have bowled in these conditions. 4 for 19.
Most definitely.
He's really produced something out of nothing, to be honest.
And came into the attack when Sri Lanka were set, got off to a good start.
70 without loss.
And he's get the edge, he's got him, and he's first fifer in first class cricket.
That's it there, that length. Absolutely spot on from Pittman once again. Drawing the batter onto that front foot, Janishka this time. Hint of movement away. Takes the outside edge, comfortable catch. 5 wickets, maiden fifer here at home for Kelvin Pittman. I'm sure Bethesda would be very proud of their son here. He's putting in a real performance. 5 for 19. Sri Lanka emerging 189 for 6.
Absolutely, well done indeed to Calvin Pittman. Get the length right. Drew Pereira into the stroke. A comfortable catch behind the stumps for Bowen Tuckett.
Interesting seeing his movement here. Pereira, he starts on off stump. That trigger movement actually takes him a bit more leg side of the delivery.
So I was just talking about his stance, that it's slightly open.
Slightly open.
Yeah, and the back
starts
comes
on off
down,
stump.
right,
Yeah.
back comes down between both feet. So Sri Lanka emerging, lose their 6th, 189 for 6 after 41 overs, and Pittman.
It's just
8
something.
overs, 5 for 19.
It's just something we see from so many these modern batters, is in that trigger movement, just staying leg side of the deliveries. In years gone by, that movement would have taken you further across, covering that off stump. In the end, he just managed to get a thin outside edge through to the wicket keeper. Good piece of bowling again. His rhythm looks absolutely superb here.
Spot on
Kelvin
today,
Pittman.
for sure. So Joshua Bishop will continue from the northern end. He hasn't fired up as yet in this innings. Looking to do so now into Oliveira, who laps that down to fine leg for an easy one.
Yeah, he's been very inconsistent, hasn't he? Josh Bishop.
So far today, yes. De Oliveira moves on to 67. Dilom Sudhira is the new batsman. Right-hander.
Coming in at number 8, averages 23. The first class game, he's played 46 matches, this being his 47th. A best of 81, he's got 5 half centuries as well.
One slip in for him. Rivaldo Clark there at slip for Bishop. Yes, Sudhira plays it out, stays on naught, 190 for 6. Just would have liked to seen him just because Sidera just come to the crease, just toss it up a bit more in that over. Nevertheless, they'll be happy they broke that partnership, which was worth exactly 100.
And that's something that you said there as well in terms of tossing it up. I think what we're seeing is that the trend's actually going the other way.
Bowling into the pitch.
Into the pitch, faster and faster and faster. And if anything, that change of pace maybe is a little slower, or you go even quicker.
Right. Very true. The modern way, as they like to say.
But we saw Jamel Warrican tossing up those deliveries there in Pakistan in December.
Yeah.
And no one had an answer for it.
No one. And the trick to him was that he studied and learnt the conditions quicker than
everyone else.
Everyone else, including their spinners.
Yes. He worked out the
We've
pace.
been practicing on it forever.
Exactly. He worked out the ideal pace for that track.
Yeah. Unusual move though, making him vice captain for the test team.
Yeah, very unusual.
Yeah,
very
he'll end up like a Roger Harper vice captain. Play every third game or so.
Because I mean, whether he's in the 11 or not depends very much on the conditions.
Exactly.
Doesn't it? We've seen that in his career.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's big move, bold move.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a position where the vice captain has to play every game.
No. Stroke nicely to the man on the deep point boundary for a single.
But it would probably suggest that if you name him as vice captain, then we could almost assume he's in the 11 already.
Well,
time's gone by.
Yes.
Who
Well,
knows?
to start off with.
Yeah.
But the reason I referred to Roger Harper, because Vivi used to like using him as 12th man, even though he was vice captain a lot of the time, because of his fielding
ability. Yeah.
Exactly. Sidera, he's yet to score. He's faced just the 5 deliveries. Spot on target again, but well defended by Sidera. Back to the bowler, no run. So 2 slips gully, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg for Pittman.
But even if we think back to that series as well versus Pakistan in December, away from home, and speaking about work and destroyer and chief at the ball, if you look at the run scoring charts as well, he's near
right
the
up
top
there.
as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Alongside Gudakesh Moti, yeah. So he's showing that he's got some all-round ability.
Definitely. Catch it.
Gone! Comfortable.
6
That's
for
it.
Pittman.
I was saying to Vinod that Pittman's getting 6 or 7 for sure, based on what we've seen from him. Once again, another delivery on about that 4th stump line. Forcing a decision for the batter. Do I play, do I leave?
Yep.
In the end, just a tame push outside the off stump. Comfortable catch.
And he
through
got-
to the second slip there.
And he got good bounce off this delivery.
But look
You
at
could
that.
see Sidera, he didn't know whether to play or leave. In the end, he had to go. Gone for naught. Sri Lanka emerging, lose their 7th, 191 for 7. Pittman's got 6.
Have a look at the length. Not quite sure. In that corridor, what do I do? Do I leave
Exactly.
it? Do I play? In the end, just took a comfortable edge. Our catch was academic in the end, but good pace that from Kelvin Pittman here on this pitch. There's so much to be encouraged about from this young man.
Most definitely.
Heavy, heavy length indeed. Real cricketers know that length, so heavy, so hard to deal with. And when you add to that the consistency that he's shown.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Mali, and we were talking about that earlier. If you can get that consistency and keep that rhythm that he had when he took his best bowling figures here in the West Indies Championship, he's going to be a handful for these Sri Lankans.
What we'd seen
That's
from him in
proven.
the past is like, okay, we'd have a good delivery and then another one, 4 deliveries after.
Right,
He wasn't
right.
stringing good deliveries
Exactly.
together.
Exactly.
Here he is. We did make note of that in the just concluded 4-day season. We're seeing the progression in this young man.
Most definitely.
In his fitness, his body looks a lot different to how he looked 18 months ago as well.
And instead of stringing the odd deliveries together, now he's stringing
overs
spells.
together. Yeah, spells, as you say.
It is again to the new batsman, and that's wide off stump. Good delivery though, well left.
Good heavy, skiddy type pace. Always putting pressure on the batter. Has to react quickly.
And we go back to a new batsman, this is Ashan Daniel. We go back to what we were saying about development as against match awareness, as Pittman is in again. But they can also develop and learn from this too. Pittman's come back, he's gone bang bang, he's brought you back into the game again, broken the important partnership again. So you know, that's all part of development too. They can learn from that.
Exactly, and what we were saying as well, his mode of operation slightly different to what we've seen in the past from the great Antiguan fast bowlers. Big and tall, more back of a length, look to use that extra bounce coming from a height. But here he's just a bit more skiddy. That trajectory is just a little lower, as you see how that one goes through to wicketkeeper Bowen Tuckett. But another successful over that for Kelvin Pittman. Have a look at those figures, 6 for 20 in just 9 overs. And probably if he was brought into the attack, things could have been even better if he was brought into the attack a bit earlier here post-lunch.
Most definitely. And I doubt very much to be anywhere near 191 on the board. But that's cricket. They could also say that if they had taken that leg slip catch, which was very well planned, very well worked out, they obviously did their homework on Pereira.
If you're a cricket fan as well, tuning into this game, go have a look. Type in Simon Jones, England. Have a look at his style of bowling. Compare that to what we see from Kelvin Pittman. Very similar. Very skiddy. Trajectory is just a little lower, but quick, very quick through the air. That in itself, at times, takes the pitch out of the equation.
Right, yep. Joshua Bishop will continue.
Just one, Jack.
Backward of square. Becky Joseph does the fielding down at fine leg. And Oliveira takes one, he moves on to 69.
Yeah, Sohan, he's key now, isn't he? 69 of 64. He's got to get 100 plus. Someone's got to stay with him at the other end. He's got to try and eke his team up to 250, 260, 280. Possibly. Even 300. He's the key to that. Ashi and Daniel, as you mentioned, just faced 4 deliveries so far.
Faces Bishop again. And that almost chopped back on. Swept through mid-wicket region. They're coming back for the second, and they make it.
We're seeing Ashi and Daniels. I'm seeing Ashi and Daniels actually got brothers in the Sri Lankan team here. Ashi and
Coolidge. Breeze has picked up though a little bit, so they are getting a bit of more respite. But still, tomorrow morning, Eastern Caribbean time, 8:30 in Jamaica.
Yeah, we need to get off the mark on
Most
English soil,
yeah.
don't we?
Win anything, no?
Yeah.
Even a toss. That'd help. Anything, no?
Yeah.
Even a toss. That'd help. Where he was getting his Kevin Wigan, and it was great to see that he's starting to bring the hundreds into play now.
And you know, the funny thing to me is, I think in terms of his development, yes, he maybe showed a bit more with the white ball. I think that 100 in particular versus Barbados a couple of seasons ago in the regional Super 50 really announced himself to especially the West Indian selectors. But for me, he looks more suited to being a red ball cricketer than a white ball cricketer.
Definitely.
For me, it's more natural for him in the red ball game, whereas in the white ball game, yes, 50 over cricket is a bit of a mix of
slightly
the longer
different
version and the shorter version. Yeah, but for me, he seems like a test player.
Yeah, definitely. And he must get his spotlight. If you pick him on form, which he should be.
Did lose his spot to Amir Jangu down in Pakistan. Totally different conditions down there. It was a struggle for most of the West Indian batsmen, to be fair. If I'm not wrong, just one top order batter to score a half century in that series. Was that Craig?
Craig,
yeah.
Because I was just about to say it was a struggle with the Pakistani batsmen.
Everyone, all the batters struggled really. Dominated by spin, was it?
Hey, they had everything out there drying the pitch, no?
Well, to be fair, we did say dominated by spin, but I think Kamar Roach played a huge role as well. You think the Jaden Seals played a massive role.
That first morning?
Oh, yeah. In terms of his development, bowling in subcontinent conditions, he's also looking like a bowler who's going from strength to strength every time you see him. Really improving quickly, leaps and bounds.
And a real competitor too.
I like that. At times maybe just strays over the line, but I don't mind that.
No, not at all.
I prefer having to turn him down than trying to turn him up all the time.
Right, exactly. Pittman starting you over to Daniel, and that's just a bit high, I think.
Just a bit high, but that's something I was going to say as well in the previous over. With that trajectory, that's something that Pittman wouldn't have to worry too much about balls going over the top.
True.
Bit more skiddy. You think of Curtly Ambrose, bowlers such as him. Height is always an issue.
Yeah.
When bringing the LBW into play.
That cut back nicely though, didn't it?
Yeah, he's just showing the ability to get the ball to move both ways as well. See him the back in. He swung the ball away from the right-hander. As you see there, that one just holding its line outside the off stump.
2 slips in the gully weights. And talking about Ambi and Courtney, they've been doing a lot of work with West Indies Academy, both on and off the field, teaching them the legacy of West Indies cricket, which is just as important as the physical attributes.
Yeah, that's brilliant. You know, especially with Courtney Walsh living in Antigua. You know, what a fearsome and well-renowned pair they were.
Pittman in again to Daniel. So 2 wide outside off stump. Daniel leaves it alone.
There's no Ambrose without Walsh. There's no Walsh without Ambrose. They go together.
Yep, exactly right.
That Walsh and Ambrose pair. To this day, stood the test of time, really.
Yes, most definitely. How many fast bowlers do you see bowling into their 40s?
Exactly. And in Curtly's case, he looks like he can still do it. Curtly, sorry, but I mean...
Driven straight to mid-on.
Yeah, Curtly still...
Yeah, he's still
going at that... At the same weight he was probably when he was bowling. I think Courtney's just put on a few.
Yes, just a few. I think Ambi's the same weight as he was when he was 18.
18 or 19, right? I've actually worked with both of them quite a bit.
Yes.
In the commentary booth. It's
Excellent.
Always a fun time. Especially growing up, and these guys were heroes of mine.
Yeah, exactly. Good ball again by Pittman, but well dug out by Daniel. Yeah, it'd be a minute in the box.
Yeah.
And the Sri Lankans that are here, if you want to see them, they Ambi plays in a band, spirited band, alongside
Sir Richie Richardson.
Yes, there you go, Vinod. You can take the boys, go and have a look at them. They play down at King's Casino on a Friday night in St. John's. And they play at Roadhouse on a Sunday afternoon now in Newfield. End of Pitman's over, end of the second session, and Sri Lanka emerging players will take tea after being sent in to bat this morning on 195 for 7, with De Oliveira holding things together for them. Pitman, exceptional, 10 overs, 6 for 20. De Oliveira's on 71, Daniel is on 195 for 7. We'll take a break and be back on Cricket 360 in about 20 minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for the final session of the first day's play between the West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka Emerging Players. First day of this 4-day first-class match. Sri Lanka Emerging Players resuming on 195 for 7. Took a single off the first ball after the tea interval.
Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Come on, lads.
Bishop bowling from the northern end.
No.
Dubbed out into the onside, and there's no run. So 196 for 7. Daniel is on 1, and De La Vera is on 72.
Any thoughts, Terry? I say good afternoon again. Any thoughts as to whether you think Pittman is going to continue?
Well, he must this time for sure.
I tell you, if I were Pittman, I'll hold on to that ball and don't let go of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's in the midst of his best spell ever, I think.
Yeah, best figures and best spell for sure. The reason why we mentioned that is because he took 4 wickets prior to the luncheon interval and then never got the ball back until about half an hour before the tea break, which time Sri Lanka Emerging Players put on 100 for the 7th wicket. So Bishop into Daniel, who's on 3, plays that into the mid-wicket region. No run. 198 for 7. Sri Lanka Emerging after being sent in. That's tossed up well by Bishop, forced off the back foot by Daniel. Can't beat cover to bring the over to an end. So Sri Lanka Emerging first over after the tea break, 198 for 7. De La Vera is on 72 and Daniel is on 3.
Well, let's see if Pittman is going to continue from the southern end, the media center end. That's a look there at the CWI headquarters, just to the left of this ground. It seems to be McKinney Clark.
Yes. Again, very interesting decisions made here by Teddy Bishop. This first day's play. But as Marley Richards was saying earlier though, McKinney Clark, maybe not so much Nico Smith on debut, but McKinney Clark, who's been around now for a couple of seasons, needs to step up, keep the pressure on the Sri Lankan batsman.
Should have gotten an early wicket. That didn't happen.
Yes, short out plan.
Hoik to weed out the deep wicket. They're going to go back for 2. Too short. Stood up tennis bounce like. And no real pace behind it to trouble the batsman. He was able to fetch it. So De La Vera goes on now to 74.
Yes, and it's been a very fine knock by Sohan De La Vera. 74 off just the 68 deliveries as the 200 comes up for Sri Lanka Emerging Players. McKinney Clark around the wicket to De La Vera. That's short again down the leg side.
Fine take there by the wicketkeeper Tuckett. Clark walking back, very businessman-like to his crease. He's top of his mark.
Turns, runs away from us now into De La Vera. Goes wider on the crease this time, and that's pulled round nicely back with a square into the boundary. 4 runs.
Again, 4 bowling here by McKinney Clark.
He's too short so far in this over.
Control shot. It's rolling the wrist over that, keeping the ball down. See if we can get it to the boundary.
Moves on to 78 now, 204 for 7. 2 men back, fine leg, a wide fine leg, and a deep backward square. He's hooked again, all the way along the ground to that deep backward square fielder.
I think he's just feeding into him. He's right going around the wicket. He's bringing the ball in with the angle. And Deliver has shown that he's very proficient in playing the pull shot. I think what he should do is try over the wicket, look to push it across him, back of a leg.
Will be over the wicket to the right-hander now in Ashan Daniel. 2 slips in the gully for Daniel. Clark into him now. Again, ill-directed down the leg side.
Yeah, this is just really poor bowling now by McKinney Clark. You know, this is his 3rd spell today, and he's still spraying the ball all over the place.
Yes, he seems to be struggling quite a bit today. He's in again to Daniel. Bit of line delivery, dab down into the gully, no run to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging players are 205 for 7, and De Oliveira's moved on to 79.
Joshua Bishop is going to continue. Joshua Bishop, who will be one of the key players for the academy against Sri Lanka in this series. So I think they're just trying to get some overs under his belt, get him to bowl, because they know how important he can be later on in the series as well.
Most definitely. Basically an all-seam attack today. Bishop came in about halfway through the middle session, so he's still got some 43 overs remaining in the day's play. 3 men out on the leg side. There's a reverse sweep to that, and they pick up 2. So De Oliveira's into the 80s, 81, 207 for 7. West Indies Academy should be hunting these last 3 wickets though to close out Sri Lanka first innings. Tosses that one up, cut beautifully through the cover region. 4 more to De Oliveira.
Really poor. He dragged that down a bit. Let's have a look here. It's too short.
Too short, yeah. Easy pickings for a man who's now on 85, 211 for 7.
Working, boys. Come on, JB. Stay in the house, stay in the house.
Be a good 100 if he can complete it. Very much in control since he strode to the crease with Sri Lanka in trouble on 89 for 5. Bishop again tossed up, uses his feet nicely and thumps it straight back down the ground for 6.
Bishop really been taken to the cleaners here by these guys.
So he moves into the 90s. 91 is De Oliveira.
Come on, lads, come on, lads, come on, lads.
217 for 7.
Again, another power delivery. He's fleet-footed.
Again, slaps that, pulls that from outside off to long on. He just gets the 1. Moves on to 92.
Bishop has gone for around 6 and over. Hasn't been his day, has it?
Not at all. He's about to complete his 10th over. Right-handed Daniel on strike. Bit of turn there, but slapped into the cover region, no runs. So he's bowled 10 overs now, no wicket for 59. Joshua Bishop. Sri Lanka emerging players, 218 for 7. De Oliveira on 92. Still, apart from a poor first over after the the tea interval, Kenny Clark will continue from the commentary box end.
It's coming over.
He has decided not to go over the wicket. Let's see if he gets a better result. 92 is Sohan De Lavera.
So they've moved the slip into a gully region. He's over the wickets. Short and pulled, top edged, down to fine leg, 4 more.
Not in control of the shot, to be fair. But he'll take the 4.
Definitely. It was a bit of directed short ball by
That's my one for the over.
McKenny Clark. Top edged. And 4 more, so 96 to De Lavera. Partnership 31 for the 8th wicket so far. 2-2-2 for 7. Important runs for Sri Lanka emerging. Clark staying over the wicket into De Lavera. It's just guided back at a point they're thinking about 2. Good work there by Jangasar. Restricts it to 1, so he moves on to 97, 223 for 7.
I'd like to see Pittman back into the attack with De Lavera on 97. Let him fight for that 100.
Yes, most definitely. He's doing it too easy at the moment. Clark into Daniel. And Daniel wafts at that outside off stump through to the keeper.
Flirting with danger. So you've seen the width. Number 9 on strike in the form of Daniel. Bishop has striking the slip quarter. He now has 2 slip fielders. There's a gully or more of a backward point.
Clark runs away from us now into Daniel. Again, 2 wide, cold wide this time. And the umpires, so another 1 to the score, 224 for 7.
As McKinney Clark works through the spell, he's not improving.
No, he just hasn't got it right today, has he? No. Two slips and a gully weight as he's into Daniel, and again ill-directed, no ball this time, down leg side. So wide, followed by a no ball. 225 for 7. His body language too, Vinod, he just doesn't look to be with it today. He's in again to Daniel.
He's a number 9 batsman. He hasn't been in, well, in our face 22 deliveries, but you can't have him getting cycles like that continually. You have to go closer to him on that 4th stump, just outside the off, or even on the off stump.
Yeah.
Make him play. This is, honestly, McKinney Clark has made it a bit too easy. And for the Sri Lankans, no penetration here at all.
Clark in again to Daniel. Made him play up on his toes, just dabs it out into the cover region. They take a quick single. But you're right though, Bernard, he needs to be more at the batsman or more at the stumps. Ball stump to stump for a few overs, trying to get him to play. Could be a way too that Clark would find a bit more rhythm to his bowling. De Oliveira on 97 faces Clark. Clark digs it in short, turns it round the corner, and good fielding there on the fine leg boundary. They come back for two.
So he's on that 99. That seems to be the end of the over. So, at the end of it, he remains on 99. Let's see who will take up the attack from the far end. There's a change.
Looks like Rivaldo Clark with his off spinners.
Is that your house, Terry?
I wish.
Probably belongs to Marley Richards. Lovely viewing area. They said there's no one there. So let's see, Rivaldo Clark, let's see if he can bring something to the table at the moment. 228 for 7. That's allowing the academy, Sri Lankan emerging players to compile runs here. It's too easy.
Yeah, too many easy runs after tea so far, as far as West Indies Academy would be concerned. So Clark into Daniel. Daniel's cutting this backward a point. It's rolling up to the boundary for more.
Clark doesn't start well as well.
Score goes up to 232 for 7.
Daniel showing that he can handle himself with the bat.
Yeah, played that very well. Late cut. Rivaldo Clark is bowling with a slip. To the number 9 in Daniel. He's moved on to 8.
Go Valley. Working Valley.
Again, too short. So you want to go easily onto the back foot and just punch it.
Hey, Valley.
Stands up straight and defends that into the offside.
Big turn.
Big turn back into the batsman.
But again, too short.
Working Valley.
Needs to try and drag him forward here. Give himself a chance of finding the edge. That's cut away again, but straight to deep point for a single.
Come on, Valley. Come on, Valley. Come on, Valley.
4-7. It brings De Oliveira onto strike.
So putting some pressure on him, realizing that he needs just a single. So he's called.
Should call everyone in.
Third man up. He's in the 30-yard circle now. Backward square goes into a mid-on position. And so there's a backward point, deep backward point. There's also a point. 3 in the circle on the off and 3 on the on.
Clark around the wicket to the left-hander, and he turns it backward of square. They pick up 2, and he completes his century.
It's a brilliant knock. Brilliant knock there by Sohan De Oliveira. Deserved every run. Just 79 deliveries, 80 deliveries for this 100.
It's an excellent knock by the young man, especially considering he came to the crease. Sri Lanka emerging players are in trouble on 89 for 5. He completes his century. Acknowledges the pavilion.
So it could be for him to start this tour of the West Indies.
Excellent. 101 of 80 deliveries. 235 for 7 at the end of Rivaldo Clark's first over. That cost him 7.
And McCleany Clark is going to continue from our end. Seeing as if we were going to do some overtime today, Terry.
Yeah, absolutely. 40 overs or 39 after this one. We won't get all of those in, but still.
I think they may play till
5:30.
5:30.
Yeah. But Teddy Bishop needs to work out what he wants here, because he doesn't want this score to blossom out towards 300 or even more. The longer De Oliveira stays there. Try and pick up these final 3 wickets.
I think for that to happen, Pittman has to come into the conversation.
Most definitely.
6 for 20.
It's just very unusual, as we say, you know, they learn it on the job, all development. But when you've got somebody who's bowling in as well and is in such good rhythm as a Culvin Pittman, who's brought you back into the game twice, and then after the 2 main breaks, he doesn't get the ball straight up at the beginning of the following session, makes you wonder.
Yeah, definitely. And what makes it worse is that you have men who are bowling badly, to be honest.
Yes, it's not as if they've got, even if they're not taking wickets, it's not as if they've got bowlers that are plugging one end or both ends.
You have Bishop on the fine, who had 10 overs of 59, and now McKinney Clark. He's in his 11th, and he has conceded 50.
Yeah, and he's definitely not making, especially Daniel, the number 9, not making him play anywhere near as enough as he should be. .237 for 7 as Clark runs into Daniel. Daniel back in defending that back up the pitch.
That's the only time that Daniel is actually playing, when the ball is just back of a length where he can see it and it's targeted towards his body. He's just pushing it back.
No, he's definitely doing his job. In support of Oliveira, who's on 102. Clark in again to Daniel. Drops it short and cut straight to Gully.
Finally.
A simple catch. McKenny Clark finally gets the wickets. Not the greatest of deliveries, but a poor shot there by Daniel. Just guided it really straight to, it's like Rivaldo Clark there in the gully. doesn't drop many, and he certainly wasn't going to drop that one. So Sri Lanka emerging players lose their 8th, 237.48.
No, it was a short delivery, but it was directed just on about that fourth stump. He was going leg side of the ball, looking to push it away. Easy catch taken.
Yes, as I say, more or less attempted to guide it. If he had gone for a full swing of the bat, could have put that anywhere. Nevertheless, Clark will be happy. He picked up his first wicket, the last ball of his 11th over. So he's got figures of 1 for 50 now, 237 for 8. De Oliveira's still there. He's on 102. And Rivaldo Clark will continue from the northern end.
Valley, listen out everybody.
I was tempted to say, Terry, that De Oliveira might open his hands now, but he has been doing that since ball one.
True.
Man got 180 deliveries.
But good cricket strokes. He's been playing exceptionally well. In total control since he walked out there, really. So it is Sitam Disanyaka who's the new batsman. It'll be De Oliveira on strike.
Clark is going to go round the wicket here now.
Slip in play. Stabs that onto the onside.
The delivery targeted towards his body, looking to take his hands away from him, so he can't play any aggressive shots.
Swept fine and beats the field into the fine leg boundary. So 4 more to De Oliveira. Moves on to 106 to 41 for 8.
So you could go
All day he has really swept beautifully, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
different than one now.
As I say, he's looked in total control, even though Sri Lanka were under pressure when he walked to the crease. He's played an excellent knock. The slip comes out, goes into a mid-wicket position. The covers come into a slip position. So
Come on,
the onside field. And he just belts that using his feet, opens the face of the bat, deposits that over cover for 4 more.
Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. Look at this. Just making room for himself and then still driving beautifully.
He's got some class about him, that's for sure, Beno.
Yeah, definitely has some class about him. You know, as you rightfully said, at 100, it was aggressive, an aggressive knock, but with proper shots. More runs here.
Single to backward point, so he moves on to Elson, 1-1-1. 246 for 8.
One remembers Umpire David Shepherd, when you speak of Nelson, he used to hop on one leg. Remember him saying that there was never plenty work when the West Indies were 111. Could have quickly moved on.
Clark staying around the wicket to the right-handed Disanyaka. On the bounce to the slip fielder, no run. And Disanyaka plays out the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging players 246 for 8. De Oliveira's moved on to 111.
Go deep square. Hang there.
Kenny Clark will continue from this commentary box end since he picked up the wicket. His last ball of his previous over. Field pretty much spread for Oliveira.
Yeah, he's going to continue to play his shots here. He's playing some gorgeous shots. If West Indies Academy don't be careful here, you look up at the scoreboard, you can soon see him on 150.
Yes, and then past 300, and he slapped that, running back. Oh, almost an excellent catch by the mid-on fieldsman. He had to run back, try and keep his eyes on the prize.
That would have been a magnificent catch there by
Kim
Hogies.
yeah. It just slipped out at the last minute. Two more to De Oliveira.
It's pulling on the leg side, with a tennis type shot. Look at this.
Clark into De Oliveira, short again, but left alone, through to Bowen Tuckett. Speaking of tennis-like shots, Vinod, if viewers interested in tennis, Coco Gauff winning the French Open today. Coming back from a set down against world number 1, Arina Sabalenka.
French Open at Roland Garros. Your good friend to your right. I heard that he was an excellent tennis player.
Yeah, most definitely.
Oh, is that your aircraft there, Terry? Terry's had enough. He's flying away. It's going to be Clark to continue here.
Oh, that was a better delivery.
Came back in a bit.
He bowled a slow one that was quicker, fuller. But De Oliveira still there, holding this Sri Lankan innings together. They're 248 for 8.
Let's see, just tailing in. Ooh. Coat of paint again. Might have been interesting, Terry.
Yes, definitely. Clark in again to De Oliveira.
Swing it
Him on
past
the
leg
pad,
stump.
but down leg side, yeah.
Now, if you can get those deliveries to this Anayaka just outside the off stump, swinging away, he could be in the business here, McKinney Clark.
He runs away from us now into De Oliveira. Down the leg side, missed by De Oliveira, through to Bowen Tuckett to complete the over. So,
Not a bad delivery. You might want to know why I'm saying that. But what it does, it keeps this Anayaka on strike.
True.
For the new over. And let's see who continues. Clark continues.
yes, Rivaldo Clark, 248 for 8. De Oliveira on 113. But I think Sri Lanka emerging, though, they've done their homework, which I'm sure they would have. They'd know anything over 250. Sure know this season's West Indies Championship. West Indies Academy struggled to get around 250 or so when they were batting. So all these runs are very important. Played off the back foot by
Wrist
Sanyanka.
Yeah.
What do you think, buddy?
It's off the mark. 249 for 8. The century maker back on strike.
Hey! Ball, Valley. Keep it lads. Come on, boys.
Clark bowling around the wicket to the left hand. Ooh, reverse sweeps. Doesn't make contact.
Quick delivery.
Keep at it, boys. Keep at it, boys. Keep at it, boys. Keep at it, boys.
He backs himself, Clark, with his off spin. Easily punched through covers for a single. 114 now, De Oliveira. 250 up for Sri Lanka emerging. 250 for 8. Field moves in now for Dishanyanka, who's on 1. Clark remains around the wickets. Turned nicely, but well fielded there by Captain Teddy Bishop. Short fine leg.
All Dishanyanka has to do is a guest give support to De Oliveira.
Yes, and he plays out the over well. So 250 for 8. Dishanyanka is on 1. And De Oliveira is on 114.
Well, Terry, I'll leave you. Bring your good friend Marley Richards back in.
One more? Yeah.
No problem. So West Indies Academy looking to wrap up this Sri Lanka emerging players' first innings. It's going to be McKenny Clark to continue. Good afternoon, Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. It's been a interesting day of cricket so far.
It has.
It's ebbed and flowed. Sri Lanka were in the ascendancy, at least to begin the day. The West Indies have clawed their way back into this match, mainly through Kelvin Pittman.
Another wayward delivery there by McKenny Clark. De Oliveira doesn't make contact, but they wouldn't want the score to... they wouldn't want him to get too many more, I don't think.
As you were saying, 250 has been a real
struggle.
Struggle for this West Indies Academy batting lineup this year.
Of course, it's a different team. You don't have the Kevlin Andersons and Kirk Mackenzies and
Kevin Wickham's. Kenny Clark, he has picked up that wicket today, just that one wicket, 1 for 52. Just his 4th first-class wicket this year.
Yes.
Yeah, managed to take just 3 wickets in the last season.
Right.
In what, 4 games?
Yeah. Average in the 90s.
So it's been a real struggle for him, you'd say, in the last 12 months or so. He's had his injury issues, though. It's going to take him a bit of time.
Short, pulled, high, over. Fine leg, 6 more to De Oliveira. Moves on to 120, 256 for 8.
Yeah, just helped that one down to that fine leg region. Got inside the line. Poorly lined bounce of that from McKenny Clark. But De Oliveira, he's just continuing in the same fashion that he's gone about this whole innings, really. 120 off 98. Didn't seem like he like he's done anything really extraordinary to have such a strike rate. He's just played very good cricket shots and found the gaps.
Excellent cricket shots. Clark in again. Short again. Dies going through to Bowen Tuckett. But McKenny Clark to me looks, you mentioned he's had injury concerns and whatever, but he looks like he's still working through an injury. He just doesn't look quite there. But without a Johan Lane, he needs to stand up.
His pace as well is something I always keep an eye on when he first burst onto the scene. Just seems to have lost a yard or so. Maybe owing to those injuries, it's going to take him a bit of time to build that body back up.
True. He runs in again to De Oliveira. Full pitch, dugouts. Take a quick single to mid-wicket. Wild throw again. Hey, they don't mind firing him in.
Even if the stumps are 20 foot high there, you'd have missed those. The throwing has left a lot to be desired, really, by this West Indies Academy team. It's something we've seen a lot. I think it was against Trinidad they had, in the final game of the year, first class season, had 20 odd overthrows or something like that, added into the extras.
Dishanaka back on strike, and that looks like going down leg, but a better delivery by McKenny Clark. Full and just sliding down leg, so not out, says the umpire, to complete the over. But that is where he's needed to be all day. Unfortunately, he's been a bit short.
For me, yeah, he's just lacking a bit of confidence as well. The tail ender here on strike. If you look at the field, just a gully, no slips.
Right.
At the end of the day, you still got to be looking to take these wickets. Maybe just hoping for a rash stroke from De Oliveira or so.
But you're right, you don't want to be playing like that.
Yeah, when this and Ayaka is on strike.
Yeah. So 257 for 8. Sanyaka is on 1. De Oliveira is on 121. And looks like Joshua Bishop is going to come back into the attack. No? Going to be a bowling change by the look of it.
Seems to me, just having a look at these figures, that they would have come up with plans in terms of the workload that they would want to put the fast bowlers through here on day one.
Right.
So far, Kenny Clark, he's bowled the most overs, 13. Nathan Edward, 10. Reniko Smith, 9. Kelvin Pittman, 10. So all the fast bowlers roughly in that same region. I'll probably explain the use of Kelvin Pittman as well here on day one. The fact that he's bowled 10 overs, 6 for 20. And McKenny Clark has bowled 13, 1 for 59.
Yeah. No, very true. And, you know, as we keep saying, development, you weigh that against, you know, game awareness.
And this is where I think in the next stage of West Indian cricket, we're hearing a lot about data.
Right.
Data's not a new thing. Surely you were using data all the time to help you, to aid you in your decision making. Huh?
If somebody was making a ton of runs somewhere, you knew about
Surely,
it.
that's data, right? But obviously you're taking it to another level.
Yeah. Taking it to the extreme.
Yeah.
But, and also, winning the toss and bowling, you know, we know that generally the pitch plays better on the second day here at Coolidge, and the batting hasn't been brilliant as we've said. So you can understand all that, but it's just, you know, they could have really had him out for what, less than 200.
That's the area in which De La Vera has been so good. Just maneuvering the ball into the gaps, running quite well in between the wickets. Just like that, Bishop has gone for 4. He hasn't really played a shot in anger. Under pressure once again.
Again, easy single, just dubbed out into the offside. But he's played Bishop well.
He has.
Today. Yeah.
Majority of the Sri Lankan batters have played Joshua Bishop very well indeed. And that's what I was talking about in terms of just up against something different here. Joshua Bishop. See Spin leading the wicket-taking charts season after season after season here in the West Indies, which tells you probably the West Indian batters of today are not that proficient against spin.
Exactly.
These Sri Lankans are different. It's what they would have grown up on, dusty pitches, even more spin-friendly conditions such as these.
Yeah. But well, it was interesting during the West Indies under-15 championship, Marley, and the boy Riaz, who took the hat-trick and took, I think he ended up with the most wickets, or even one of the highest wicket takers, the young Guyanese leg spinner. And I heard an interview with him, and he said, I worked out early enough that the more I tossed it up, the more they try and hit me. And you think to yourself, well, if he knows that at 14 or 15, that's why when it comes to regional cricket, the spin bowlers lead the charts every year.
And then that's the funny thing. But then what's required at the level up,
right,
the international level, is
a
something
lot
just a little different.
Yeah. You can't
you
just
go tossing those balls up, they disappear consistently. So you're always thinking about the international game, really.
Yes.
And
or you should be.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
And I had a little chat with Micah McKenzie, the young leg spinner from Antigua here, Empire, Leeward Islands under 15s, under 17s. And he would have taken part in a spin bowling camp here in the Antigua a couple of months ago. And the main thing that was being imparted on these young spinners was pace, pace, pace. Look to bowl quicker, but also look to give the ball an almighty spin. You got to be trying to spin the ball hard every delivery.
Right.
I think that's the way the spin bowling is trending.
Kelvin Pittman back into the attack and almost gets his 7th. 263 for 8 though, Sri Lanka.
Once again, Pittman right back into the attack, going past the outside edge. It's been the best bowler for the West Indies Academy here today by a long, long margin. It's probably the best we've seen him bowl in the first class game.
Yep, most
His
definitely.
best performance so far.
So he's bowling to Disan Yaka. 2 slips in a gully. It's turned down to fine leg for a single.
Good batting that.
He's got in behind it very nicely.
Gets off strike, hands it over to the Centurion.
Who's on 126. 264 for 8. Field just swaps over for the left-handed De La Vera. So defensive field. Slip comes out into cover region. Deep point, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. 3rd man on the boundary. Around the wicket is Pittman, down the leg side, taken by Bowen Tuckett.
I'm not sure I'd be as defensive as we're seeing here from Teddy Bishop in this situation, especially with Kelvin Pittman having ball in hand. He's been the go-to man so far. As you said, 6 for 20 off 10 overs. So his economy rate hasn't been a problem. still got to be looking to get De La Vera out here for me.
Absolutely, Marley. I wouldn't have this defensive field. You need 2 wickets. You attack both ends just because the guy's on 100.
And as well as Pittman's been bowling here today.
And I don't like him going
Just like-
round the wicket. Top edge, down to the boundary, 4 runs.
Adding insult to injury here, Sohan De La Vera. Nowhere near the middle of the bat. Took that top edge. Raced away to finish 3rd man for 4.
Partnership with 31 now for the 9th wicket.
Disanayaka has played very well, hasn't he, in partnership with De La Vera. He's got enough strike at the right times. He soaked up pressure as well. Showed a decent enough of defence.
Pittman in again to De La Vera around the wicket. Full pitch. Doesn't make good contact. Rolls out to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, I agree with you here. I think Pittman's got to stay over the wicket, look to take the ball away consistently from...
And bring back a couple of slips.
De La Vera, get a slip.
Get something
or gully
happening.
in.
Yeah.
It's got to be looking to get De La Vera out. Just a lot of concession going on here by the West Indies Academy. Just conceding runs here. Final delivery brings the deep extra cover up. Saving a single. Well, let's see if he does save a single, because soft hands there. We've seen De La Vera show or exhibit those soft hands throughout this innings. He'll be looking to get off strike. What does Pittman go? Goes wide down the leg side. Not a bad delivery, that, under the circumstances. Hiding the ball from the left-hander.
Intelligently bowled. So 268 for 8. And De La Vera's on 130 at the end of that over.
Well, for me, I still want to see him trying to get De La Vera out. He's been, the skills he's shown here today, been more than good enough. And I think even the way that De La Vera looks to go after Kelvin Pittman, it gives the academy the best chance of dismissing him.
And we see it far too often for my liking too, Marley, that when you've got a set batsman and 10 and 11 walk out, they concentrate on 10 and 11, they forget about the set batter, and all of a sudden...
When the set batter is actually the key.
Exactly.
In this situation.
Exactly, and all of a sudden another 50's on the board.
Yeah, he's still got to be looking to remove him. Even on 130 off 109, you got to find ways, you got to be thinking. This is all part of that development that we were talking about.
And especially on day 1 of a series. You have to bowl to him again.
Yeah, you'll be seeing him.
Check out his weakness, check out something, you know, work on something. Give him something to think
about going into the next innings or the next match.
Tossed up by Bishop, but defended well by Disanayaka. He's on 3, 268 for 8. Hasn't got a bad defence at all, as you say, Marley.
It's a very good partnership. He's just playing his role. He's recognised the match situation here as Disanayaka.
Plays out a maiden over there from Joshua Bishop. So the score remains on 268 for 8. With De La Vera, he'll be on strike. He's on 130.
And even just there, he recognises, hey, runs aren't what we need in this particular situation. All I need to do is make sure I'm still here at the end of this over. Keeps Josh Bishop out. Brings De La Vera back on strike. And that's what partnerships are all about.
Exactly. And that's the situation you get yourself into when you're only concentrating on one end. all of a sudden, the non-batsman, if you like, starts feeling comfortable.
There aren't too many rabbits or bunnies, as you'd say, in modern cricket. Guys batting 8, 9, 10, even 11. Not too many Courtney Walshes around.
I was just about to say that. Not all of them can have a forward defence like Courtney. You know.
Or a leave.
Oh, the leave is
best shot was the leave.
Yes. Got him on the hook.
That's
Well
seven.
done, Calvin.
That's what we're talking
That's
about.
7.
Exactly what we're talking about. Still looking to take wickets. Maybe not plugging that slip region, but going short. He's got that man deposited on the deep backward square.
And he fell for the trap.
He did fall for the trap. Yet another well-directed bouncer.
That was the key.
And what a performance. This is 7 for 25 now for Kelvin Pittman in just 11.1 overs.
Excellent. More than excellent. De Oliveira, excellent knock. 130 off just 109 deliveries. Well battered, young man.
Top knock that indeed. Shots all around the ground. And off the front foot, off the back foot as well.
And especially, as we say, came in when the team was in trouble on 89 for 5 just after the luncheon interval. Excellent knock.
Yeah, brought up his 6th first-class century with that 100. Takes a massive round of applause from his team as he strolls back into the dugout. 268 for 9. What a day it's been for the boy from Bethesda. Kelvin Pittman, 7 for 25 from ball 1. Actually, the rhythm,
he looked great.
The pace, the line and length, everything was spot on.
7 for 25 into his 12th over.
As Vinod was saying earlier, it was a little surprising not to see him in that T20 breakout league down in Trinidad. He's definitely announced himself to the wider West Indian cricketing public with this performance. I think it's only going to get better from here. If he can keep his head on and focused.
Well, he's got 5 balls at number 11 to pick up an 8 for. Bang on target. Well defended, though.
Right on the money once again.
Samadita is the new batsman. 268 for 9. But talking about Courtney, and you can't say tail these days, you have to say lower order batsman or whatever. But your daddy used to say that a good leave is even better than a classic stroke.
I thoroughly believe that as well, especially for me. Well, someone who batted in the top order.
Right, so it wasn't that Courtney couldn't bat, he just took that literally.
And I mean, it's often overlooked.
It is, yeah, for sure.
Just
that
how
can frustrate a bowler
more
than slamming in through the
yeah,
covers.
and demoralising it can be when that batter leaves that good delivery. Be it on length, just allowing it to bounce over the stumps, or just picking up that movement, allowing it to go past the off stump as well. It can be very demoralising indeed. Fast bowler thinking, that's my best ball.
Yeah. How dare you? Oh, he slapped that to get off the mark as Samaduta. And they stroll through for 2. So 270 for 9.
Gets off the mark, Samadita. That one, not the biggest stride. He took the toe of the bat. He's probably sweating or anticipating a short delivery.
2 men still out. Fine leg and deep backward square. You got third man on the boundary and a deep backward point. Pittman in again. Samadita. There's the short one, goes for it. No connection, well taken though down the leg side by Bowen Tuckett. So 270 for 9. I don't know, Mali. I think they take this after being sent in. I know they were 70 without loss, but then they were 89 for 5. You get up to 270 plus.
It's been a game of two halves for the Sri Lankans here today.
Round the wicket to the left-hander is Pittman. Short again. Again missed through to Bowen Tuckett. Completes the over. At the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging players 270 for 9. But as we say, you know, with a score like this, it's the West Indies Academy need to bat well.
Oh, definitely. There'll be pressure on those batters for sure. Teddy Bishop will be to lead the way. Didn't have his best first-class season as well.
No.
They just concluded for the regional championship.
Kimo Gauss needs runs.
Yes.
First ball of Joshua Bishop's new over. Turned into the mid-wicket region by Disanyanka. Picks up one more. He goes to 4. 271 for 9. And whenever they pick up this last wicket, West Indies Academy be in for interesting little session tonight, Marnie.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what the Sri Lankans have at their disposal. I was having a little chat to the Sri Lankan coach, Ajanta Mendis, former mystery spinner. It's meant to be the heir apparent to Mataya Muralitharan, if you remember.
That's right, yeah.
Had a brilliant start to his international career.
Yeah. No one could pick him. That's hoiked through the mid-wicket area. A man on the boundary restricts the fielding to 1.
They've been known to produce a few mystery spinners over the years.
True.
It'll be interesting to see if they have any
on the way up.
Yeah, in this emerging squad.
Giving it flights and dances down and whacks it straight over long on.
That's what we're talking about when it's tossed up.
Yep.
No real revolutions on the deliveries here from Joshua Bishop. Just floaty. Have a look at that. No real energy on the ball.
No, just hit through the line. Away she went. Almost put it on the road.
For me, there's a lot more to find for Joshua Bishop out of his action. Out of that bowling action.
Tossed it up again, and again he's gone. High, wide, handsome again over long on. Yes. 6 more.
Just a bit too floaty now.
Back-to-back 6s for Disanyanka. He moves to 16 to 84 for 9.
Yeah, Disanyanka taking a liking to the left arm spin right in his wheelhouse, especially from around the wicket into his natural swinging arc. So you see this one bowled, delivered from quite a way behind the crease. Nonetheless, right into that natural swinging arc of the right-hander. So back-to-back 6s. Bishop once again being put under pressure.
Fires that one in, but well defended to complete the over. So important runs in that over. Last wicket partnership is already worth 16. 284 for 9.
Yeah, 14 runs came out of that over in particular. It's been a tough day, maybe the roughest day we've seen from Joshua Bishop here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in 2 years. Just couldn't really impose his will on the Sri Lankan batters. It's been far too easy for them. That will give him something to think about, especially this just being day one. He'll be hoping that conditions maybe become a bit more spin-friendly as this match progresses. If it does stay as hot and as dry as it has, we do anticipate
It should.
he should get a bit more out of this pitch.
Pittman to continue. Just loses his run-up. Staying around the wicket to the left-handed Sumadita.
Just looking for his 8th wicket of the innings. Kelvin Pittman's, what a performance it's been.
Pittman in again. Short. Batsman almost played out.
He had a best of 4 for 48, Kelvin Pittman, prior to this performance.
Yes.
He's blown that out the water. 7 for 27. He's looking for an 8th wicket here.
Down the leg side, that one.
Maybe just starting to search a bit too much for these wickets now, Kelvin Pittman. He's still got to stay in that mode of operation that brought him those 7 wickets. It's good disciplined stuff.
And the thing about it too, Mali, is that he's kept West Indies Academy in the match, because as he runs in again, that was better directed, but well played by Samadita. Just pulled out the way. The situation of the match, he's kept them in the match, because you must say the rest of the attack has looked pretty ordinary.
It has. I have to agree with you there. But just in terms of the tactics in this over, with this final pair at the crease, it's almost as if De La Vera's still batting. No slips.
No.
2 men.
2 men on the on.
On the onside, on the boundary, deep backward square and mid-wicket. I think he's good enough to find the outside edge here with these batters, with what we've seen from him here today. Two deliveries remaining for him. Wouldn't mind a switch of angle now as well, considering you're bowling at the last pair here. They're batting 10 and 11 for a reason. But in fact, this and the Yaka, it's more set.
It's pulled through mid-wicket. And on the boundary, restricts the scoring to 1. Yeah, I agree. I'd much rather see him come over the wicket to the left-handers. And just aim at the stumps when you got 10 and 11 in. Give him a couple of slips.
Yeah, he is set on his first 20 deliveries now, but still got to think. Just a good piece of bowling should be good enough. No need to try anything extravagant. Looking to dismiss the Sri Lanka emerging team below 300. Staying around the wicket as well. Not sure I like this. Don't like that tactic at all to the right-hander. Takes far too many modes of dismissal out of play for me.
Absolutely. As we come to drinks, in the final session here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground with Sri Lanka merging players on 285 for 9. And we'll take a couple of minutes break on Cricket 360 and be back with the last hour of play.
So we're back here, and the score at the moment 285 for 9. West Indies Academy will be looking to wrap this innings up as quickly as they could. Change of bowling at the far end. Ethan Edward, 1 for 51 of 10. He is going to take up the attack. Stubborn last wicket partnership of 17 here. The Academy would want to end this. Edwards. Down the leg side, badly lined. Just a single. Stubborn little partnership towards the end here, Marley.
Yeah, just what the Sri Lankan emerging team would have wanted, just eking their way up to 300. Annoying runs here being scored.
And that's the word for it, annoying.
Yeah, from a West Indian perspective.
Edward. Swung away. We haven't seen him. We saw him for a spell just after lunch, immediately after lunch, and we haven't seen him since.
He's back now. I think they're trying to keep their fast bowlers in around that 10 to 15 over mark. Per se. Overly reliant on the fast bowlers in this bowling lineup. 4 fast bowlers and the spinner in Bishop.
Struck on the pan outside the leg stump. Bishop has been particularly disappointing today, and that has put a little more pressure on the fast bowlers, a little more workload.
I think what it's done, it hasn't allowed Teddy Bishop to rotate his fast bowlers the way he would have liked. If Bishop is holding one end, and it allows him to rotate his fast bowlers from the other. But so far, the way they've gone about going after Joshua Bishop, that holding role hasn't come into play. Oh, bit of swing again.
But overpitched in the zone. He's willing to go with it.
And I think in Nathan Edwards' case, what he's learning, it's one thing picking up wickets in white ball cricket.
Slow delivery. Zoning in onto that leg stump.
In red ball cricket, you truly earn your wickets, don't you? More often than not.
Yeah, because men can sit down and bat.
Yeah. There's no scoreboard pressure per se. You know, not chasing 30 or 15 deliveries in it. Got to be able to genuinely remove batters with red ball in hand. He's got some work to do in that department.
Yeah, I think he will appreciate this stint here with the academy. End of the over. Latest score here, 286 for 9. Sri Lanka continue to frustrate the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, we've already seen a little benefit of Nathan Edward in this West Indies Academy setup. He's definitely put on a yard or two of pace.
Well, no Pittman. McKinney Clark comes back in.
He's coming back for his 14th.
Well, Pittman took his cap off and he was going up the bowl.
He's anticipating another one.
7 for 28. You'll end with that, I think.
I think so.
Not sure I like this decision.
So we're saying McKenny Clark into his 14th over. Smith just the 9.
Pitched up, zeroing in on that off stump. Good take there behind. Wicketkeeper Tuckett.
Wondering if we're just starting to see a bit of reverse swing here. That one just tailed in. It's been hot, dry conditions. You know, these are the kind of conditions in which you look to exploit that reverse.
It's been parched today. Too wide, harmless. West Indies Academy, should they wrap this innings up pretty soon, they will still have a good, let's say, around 25, 26 overs. Or 25, around 25 overs, if they should wrap it now.
Would be a good little session of batting, that. An opportunity for someone to get off to a start. Also an opportunity for the Sri Lankans to make some inroads.
That was well played in the end.
This pair, as you were saying, Vinod, doing a very good job keeping the West Indies out there. Be looking to get up to that 300 run mark.
Turned out to be a pretty long day for the academy. 70 without losses. Marley was saying earlier on.
It was looking like it was going to be an even longer one, wasn't it?
Yeah. All of a sudden, they lost 5 quick wickets.
The boy from Bethesda, he announced himself in this match, changed the complexion of the Sri Lankan innings. Kevin Pittman with his 7 first. Partnership 18 and counting.
Straight back to him. Crashes into the stump. A polite inquiry. And this Anaka was in his crease. Let's have a look at that again. He was grounded.
Just in time.
Yep. What a way it would have been to end the innings.
It's always a very disappointing way to be dismissed. You've got to show that awareness.
Have you ever gotten that?
I have. Yeah, it has. It's not a good way to be out. If it happens more than once, then you have issues.
Easy single.
10 and 11 at a crease. Why long off and long on back on the boundary? It's very crazy stuff here.
Again, yeah.
Tactically.
Terry and I were discussing just how negative some captains in the Caribbean are.
They're still playing as if De La Vera is batting.
Yep.
Been gone for about half an hour.
That's
maybe
why.
they're scarred.
I think so.
Still getting flashbacks, maybe.
It's too
that
much of
innings.
This field is definitely not attacking enough.
Nah, not enough. Got one slip in, but there's no need for the long off and long on. Just to give an easy single to start the over.
Remains pretty hot out there. It's been one of those scorching days.
One for the over, just been signalled. He hasn't got that short ball right, has he? Nathan Edo, he's been way too short.
Down the ground, that's a lovely shot. That'll go all the way. For 4.
Yeah, looking to take him on down the ground, aren't they?
What
Lack of pace on these deliveries.
What about the umpire? He has shown the energy that these guys haven't.
Yeah, his energy has been up all day, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Especially with those signals for 4 in particular.
Yeah, there he goes.
He's got his own style, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to be the new Billy Bowden of
I feel so.
Umpiring.
There's a vacancy.
Got a player down here. See a bit of cramp? Yeah, I think so. A bit of cramp in the legs. Not quite sure who it is.
It looks like Becky Joseph.
Oh, wow. Becky Joseph. We spoke about fluid retention in these hot conditions. It's not only a worry for the Sri Lankans, but also the West Indian team. It's not as if he's done a whole lot out there today.
having a good laugh about it.
Something for him to think about as well, considering he's going to be batting in that top 3.
That he's fine.
It can be quite debilitating. Batting and cramping. You think of Shivnaran Shandapal, who used to have those issues with his cramps as well. It's happened to me on a few occasions when you spend long periods at the crease, especially in these hot conditions. Got very square there, did the left-handed Samudita. Kept it out nonetheless. This is what's a little different to what you'd probably grown accustomed to seeing from a West Indian lower order pair. More often than not, our lower order pairs just look to get bat on ball, look to score as quickly as possible. They either get out, get runs quickly, or get out. Yep. But here, this pair really forcing this academy team to work hard for this wicket.
I don't think they want to bowl out here.
Yes, exactly.
I think they'd rather bat this afternoon, come back tomorrow. Still have about an hour to go.
Showing that aptitude for the fight, and that's what you want to see.
Slow delivery.
Back of the arm, slower delivery. So bringing out the white ball skills here. Nathan Edward.
So that over comes to an end. 26 to go.
It's Renico Smith. He's been off the field for quite a while, so we don't anticipate seeing him again with ball in hand in this innings.
Is that the old Stanford bang?
Where? Oh.
He was lucky.
Yeah, it is. I do wonder sometimes if there's anything in the vaults just hidden away.
You know, the same thing ran
Secret vaults underneath the bank or something.
Something ran across my mind like that, you know.
There
must be something.
It ran across my mind. Directly opposite us is the Pavilion restaurant. It's been closed down for quite a few years now.
Was it a popular place?
It was quite popular. Bit high end.
Yeah.
As you'd say. This whole area was quite popular, to be fair. You had the sticky wicket as well. The restaurant, almost like an homage to West Indian cricket. Go in there, you see some fabulous images of the greats of the past. And even though Stanford may have had his issues, he's still Cricket West Indies has benefited from such a facility.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Definitely.
Who would have thought a Texan would come to Antigua and build such a, at the time, state-of-the-art cricketing facility?
Yep. Open up a lot of opportunities for people. A lot of employment as well.
Not just here, but around the globe.
Yeah. Showed that
what was possible.
Yep, the business end.
Yeah,
of
especially in the T20 cricket.
You feel it from McKinney Clark here. He's just zeroing outside that off stump, and this Lanka is pushing and missing. It's not losing patience, and,
No.
and that's the key here.
That's
They're putting
the key,
a value on their wicket.
juxtapose that to Johan Lane, who isn't here in this match, but someone who bats in a similar position, 7 or 8 for his academy team, possesses a wealth of batting ability.
Oh, that's quick.
He's just starting to find something here, McKenny Clark. But I was saying Johan Lane possesses that genuine all-round ability, but doesn't quite take his batting as seriously as he should at this stage. Have a look at this again, right on the money. Good bounce of that, skidding through. Bit too quick for Dissanayaka.
Not yet. He still holds that pose, pushing it forward. End of the over. Another one comes to an end. 292 for 9.
Yeah, didn't quite get in line with that final delivery, but played it well nonetheless. Stayed a bit leg side-ish as he has a little wry smile on his face there. That bouncer probably just woke him up a little bit. Had a little sniff of the leather.
Do you think he'll reach a situation where Pittman might have to come and end the innings?
Might be. Based on what we've seen. Maybe if he would have started earlier in this post-lunch.
Yep.
West Indies Academy would have been batting by now. More than likely.
Can't get a run there. I heard you mention earlier on that Courtney Walsh now lives in Antigua.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Wow.
He's married to an Antiguan. So he lives in Antigua. He's got a wife and a child here.
She's come closer to his good friend Curtly Ambrose. Oh, he loses it there finally. He has a thriving business in Trinidad. It's called 519. It's a restaurant and pub.
Okay.
One of the popular malls. 519. Remember he took a 519
test wickets.
Yep.
He's he is the leading wicket taker for West Indies in tests, isn't he? Still?
Yes.
For sure. Who's going to get close to that? You don't see it at this stage, do we?
Nope.
Maybe he's not even born yet, that person. Remarkable achievement. You think of just how long Courtney Walsh should have played as well as a fast bowler. Overs, the amount of overs in those legs. And then you think he would have played county cricket for Gloucestershire for quite a few seasons as well. You know what they ask of you in the county cricket, on the county cricket scene. You'll be bowling the majority of those overs as well.
Yeah, you're the prepared professional.
Guided straight to the man at gully. End of the innings. Edwards picks up his second. Samadita has to go. Sri Lanka emerging team here. Bowled out for 292.
That's it.
Rivaldo Clark taking that catch.
Finally. And again, even losing a wicket without a reckless shot, really, it was not an aggressive shot. You're just looking to guide it. And he has to go. So 292. That's the situation here. We are going to take a short break after a final word from Marley Richards.
65 overs there. It would have taken the West Indies Academy to bowl out this Sri Lankan team. It's been a game of two halves, really. Started with Sri Lanka in the ascendancy, 70 without loss, losing 5 wickets for 19 runs. At one point, were 89 for 5. Kelvin Pittman, the main destroyer, he finishes with 7 for 25. De La Vera, what a knock that was. His 6th first-class century in foreign conditions here at the CCG. Would be the first time he'd played here. So he started his tour off well. good innings that really for the Sri Lankan team to recover to 292. As you said, Vinod, join us in a couple of minutes for the resumption, and the West Indies Academy reply.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for the final part of the first day's play in this 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. West Indies Academy are about 40 minutes to bat out the day's play after bowling Sri Lanka to
De Oliveira. Yeah.
Sohan De Oliveira, 130 of 110 deliveries. And excellent bowling by local boy Calvin Pittman, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 7 for 28 career best figures. Dasan Yanka into August.
I was just thinking, it's going to take some bowling for him to better that, isn't it?
Most definitely.
First class figures, 7 for 28.
Yeah.
Wow. Many a bowler who go through their career without figures such as that.
Absolutely. But great to see he's improving all the time. Bettered his previous best of 4 for 48, which happened in this season's West Indies 4-day first-class championship. Right here also at Coolidge Cricket Ground.
And I think from the Sri Lankan perspective here, they'll be hoping to go one better than the West Indies Academy in terms of picking up wickets with this new ball.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be hoping that this Anayaka in particular can pick up a couple here with this new ball. It's been on the money. It's been a good start from him.
Oh, that comeback.
Dicey, leave that. Jeez.
Good over. Starts with a maiden.
That's the leave you were talking about.
Exactly.
Bit too close for comfort there. The end of the day, have a look at the slips. Everyone hands on head.
Even August, when it passed, he buckled at the knees. I think he thought he made a mistake.
He wasn't so sure, was he?
He survives, so Justin Jagasar will be on strike. Jagasar's just had the 5 matches. Highest score of 42. Those 5 matches came in this season's West Indies Championship.
Have a look at this leave again. Oi! Don't know about Harris Paints, maybe Lewin Paints here in Antigua. A thin coat away there. Very thin indeed. But luckily for Ogies, still at the crease.
Still there.
They've really struggled in terms of finding that batting position for him. We've seen over the past couple of seasons he's batted in a multitude of positions in that top 6.
Yes.
Here he is, top of the innings here. Feet aren't quite moving yet. Couldn't survive, couldn't keep that one out. And as we were saying, and Becky Joseph, who was maybe just struggling a little bit out there in the field at one point. Here he is in the top 3. Let's keep an eye on those cramps per se that we've seen him suffering with while fielding. Have a look at this again. Left arm over the wicket.
The top ball.
Top delivery. The only issue is, did this pitch in line?
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Bang.
And tail back.
Straight on middle.
Missing off and leg. Nailing middle. Jagasar has to go. He's found first-class cricket a real struggle, hasn't he?
Most
so far.
Yeah. This is his 6th match. He's only scored 137 at 17. Highest score of 42.
I think that 42 would have come in that final game of the regional 4-day season
yeah,
versus Trinidad here.
Right, yeah. Becky Joseph.
Oh, he lost it there.
Yeah, that was wide down the leg side to the left-handed Joseph. So 0-1, West Indies Academy.
Have a look at that. Jagasar, that little trigger movement around across his stumps. In the end, that head may be just falling a little bit to the offside. Struggling to access the ball. Cannoned into that front pad. Seriously good piece of bowling that from Samudita. First up to Jagasar.
Turned down to fine leg by Joseph. Gets him underway. 1-1. Jagasar's into his 8th first-class match. 324 runs. Highest score of 65. Average of 29.45.
Well, maybe we'll get to see it again in terms of that dismissal. Just want to have a little look at that footwork of Justin Jagasar. Brief innings. Let's have a look at this here. He's got a trigger movement across his stumps, but as the bowler delivers, that back foot of his just turns slightly. Just makes him a bit more square on as opposed to side on. And in that occasion, just struggling to locate that delivery. Well played that from Ogis, just advancing slightly. Looking to cut the swing of the left-handed Samudita. Overstepped on the previous delivery. First no ball of the innings. 3 slips, gully. Backward point. Big open spaces in cover there. Mid off, mid on, and the man at fine leg the field. End of a successful over that from Samudita. His academy are 2 for 1.
Yeah, very good first up over there by Samudita. Getting the wicket of Justin Jagasar for naught. So Becky Joseph made 181 runs in the West Indies Academy. The West Indies Championship this season. Highest score is 65, average of 30. 2 half centuries in that.
Well, the academy will be hoping for no further loss of wickets here on day 1.
Yeah, difficult time to be batting.
As you're saying, still a little opportunity for a batter here to get off to a start, to find some level of confidence going into day 2. But also,
you got to balance that with surviving.
Yeah, it presents an opportunity for the Sri Lankans as well. It's the beauty of the game, really.
Yeah, most definitely. trapped on the pad, but a bit high there. Vigorous appeal though by the bowler.
Not the tallest batter,
and
Becky Joseph.
Mm.
That one was probably just going over the stumps. Apart from that wayward delivery from Samadita in the previous over, Sri Lankans have been on the money. They've forced the West Indian batters into playing every delivery here.
Again, wraps him on a pound. Hurt him too.
This will be different for Mbeki Joseph. We've seen him bat on a number of occasions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. At times throughout the last season, he's just been allowed to get off to a start, given a few sighters outside that off stump. Not so much here today. Once again, have a look at that. Lovely wrist action there from Sitham. Have a look at this. Very strong wrist indeed. Wrist behind the ball. Have a look at that. Flick of the wrist as well upon delivery. That little flick will just aid him in finding a little extra out to this pitch.
Extra pace, yeah, for sure.
That in itself is very... Oh, it's beautiful.
Nicely by Joseph through the cover area out to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and you were just saying that little flick of the wrist is something you see a lot from bowlers from the subcontinent, looking to find something extra on pitches that aren't the most helpful for fast bowling. Fast bowler from Bangladesh comes to mind. You think of the Fizz over the years. Got another young fast bowler there in... Oh, he's rapid as well, yes.
Yes.
Naeed Rana, that's it. And you've got another flicker.
I was very surprised they didn't play him in that first test here at the stadium.
Yeah. He made an impact in that second test.
He made up for it in Jamaica.
Really had these West Indian boys hopping around like rabbits.
Clue.
Yeah. It was a sight to behold. I was actually doing that test match down there in Jamaica.
Yeah. But I saw him in his first series against Pakistan. He had them all over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 150 consistently.
Consistent,
Would trouble
absolutely.
many a batter around the world. And of another good over that.
Yes, so 6 for 1, West Indies Academy. August is yet to get off the mark. Becky Joseph is on 4.
Beautiful extra cover drive that from Mbeki Joseph. Should give him a level of confidence now to just build this innings. That's what we need to see from these young West Indian batters. The art of batsmanship. How to lay that foundation.
But Dasan Yanka won't mind it as so much because he had the 2 slips in the gully in play. He left the extra cover region open.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, exactly.
He wants Mbeki Joseph to think that's the region.
Exactly. And that's pulled nicely down to fine leg. 4-4.
I'm not sure the fielder at fine leg picked that one up at all. It didn't move. He was actually in the middle of having a drink. Let's have a look.
It's a hot day, man.
It is a hot day. Are we going to just pick him up here? No, we're going to miss it. Oh, yeah. He's just in the middle of having a drink.
He's still having a drink.
So he's probably more worried about the water bottle than that red thing flying by him. He's like, what's that? Nonetheless, very good shot that for Maki Mogis.
That was Samadita.
Yeah, Samadita, yeah.
He'd probably say, I'm out here to bowl, I'm not out here to field.
I'm not sure Samadita would appreciate that effort. Slightly lower trajectory here by Dulage, though. Not quite the same carry through. Just going through to the wicketkeeper a little lower. He's taken a step or two up as well, has Sohan.
Played that nicely through the cover region. 4 more.
Beautiful. He's got a bit of class to him, does Akeem Ogis. We just want to see it more regularly.
Definitely.
It's just a little disappointing not to see him play more matches at the in the breakout league as well. Sat on the bench for a few matches, quite a few matches. Standout West Indies under 19s player.
Under 19s, that's right. And he was in and around the Volcano setup.
Yeah, he's
never
member
got
of the
much of an
Salusia
opportunity.
Kings as well,
Right.
CPL.
Yeah.
I think he's as talented as any of the young batters that we have in the West Indies. I think the thing for him is building an innings, being able to score runs, as they would say, ugly runs when you're not in your best of form, being able to soak up pressure and then apply it back on later, earn that right to score big. I think with a lot of our young West Indian players, they either score their runs breezily, quickly, in a eye-catching fashion, or not at
nothing.
all.
Yeah.
There's nothing in between.
Nothing in between, exactly.
Beautiful.
Driven beautifully back through the bowler's legs. 4 more.
Maybe just highlighting how good a pitch this is for batting, especially when the ball is still quite new, coming onto the bat quite nicely. Beautiful. Look at the face of that bat. Perfectly driven down the ground. Presenting that full face, especially early in your innings. Something we saw from De La Vera. Playing with that straight bat. That on drive comes to mind. Good leave to follow up. Delivery as well from Dulage. End of that over.
Good over though for West Indies Academy. 3 boundaries off it. 18 for 1.
18 for 1.
August is on 12. And Joseph is on 4. He just needs that breakthrough score, doesn't he? He's got the 450s. Highest score in 93 August, but he hasn't got the 100. And he made the 150 in the West Indies Championship. 287 runs at 24. Highest score is 77. But you're right, he's got all the talent.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times our young players get caught up in the aesthetics of the game, how they score runs. I was a little like that as well. I mean, I get it. You know, you want to score runs in a particular way.
And then Yanka over the Disanyanka, I should say, over around the wicket to Joseph.
I think the perfect player for them to actually learn the art of scoring runs would be Shivnarayan Chandapal.
Yes. He didn't care how he scored them.
Considering he ended up the highest run scorer for the West Indies in Test cricket. He's a fabulous one-day player as well. I think his motto was, you have to be at the crease in which to score runs. You can't score runs from the pavilion.
Too true.
Something else.
He went almost 2 years without being dismissed.
Yeah.
In Test cricket.
You think of that series in England, in English conditions, early in the English summer. And the English couldn't see the back of him quick enough. The way he was just there, just grinding them down every innings after innings. 100 after 100.
Yeah, yeah.
And you'd think with that technique, maybe he'd struggle in English conditions. But I tell you what, the fact that he didn't play with as straight a bat as others played into his favour.
Probably helped.
Yeah, in England.
That's very well played again by August. Just soft hands, guided it through between slip and gully for 4 more.
Yeah, 4 more runs here for Augie. So he's making a pretty good start here. Good reply to the Sri Lankans' first innings score.
Yeah, it's gone up to 16, 23 for 1. Sri Lanka bowled out in their first innings for 292.
Another thing about Shiv, which a lot of young players can learn, is whether Shiv was playing here versus the Sri Lanka emerging team, or playing home in Guyana in a club match, or playing a test match at Lord's, he's playing the exact same way.
Exactly.
Just plays the situation of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I better leave this time.
Dissanyanka going back over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, he just motioned to his batting partner there, Akeem Ogis. This one just went away from me with the natural angle over the wicket.
But during that period where nobody could get
Shiv out,
yeah, Australia knocked him out, remember? And he still come back and made 100.
Didn't he get a concussion?
Yeah, but he came back.
I don't think that would have happened in modern day
No,
cricket.
they would. He wouldn't have been able to play for the rest of the series.
Maybe for the rest of the year.
Guided down again between slip and gully by August.
I think that was a no ball as well.
2, yeah, and it was a no ball. So 26 for 1.
Just striving for a bit of extra pace there. Overstepping. His second no ball here today.
Runs in again to August. Turn nicely down to fine leg for a comfortable single. He moves on to 19. 27 for 1.
Speaking about Shiv, Tej Narayan comes to mind as well. Just seemed to be struggling with a few injuries. At least this season. Started quite well. He'd have been looking for a big season to try and force his way back into this West Indies batting lineup.
Over comes to an end. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 27 for 1. August is on 19 and Mbeki Joseph is on 5.
Yeah, just looking at the tail of what's happened here today. Sohan De La Vera, 130 off 110. The standout innings of the day. I thought Siobhan Daniel played quite nicely in that opening partnership. Kelvin Pittman as well. What a day the boy from Bethesda has had. I'm sure all the people in Bethesda very proud of their boy. 7 for 28. He's also got a little brother. Pittman that plays for the Leeward Islands under 15s. In fact, the picture that's being used on the Cricket West Indies site is actually a picture of his older brother, the wicketkeeper batter.
Right.
They have similar names. I think one's Kevin and one's Kelvin.
Right, yeah.
So Cricket West Indies, have a look at that pic. That's not Kelvin, that's Kevin.
Close, but no cigar.
Yeah, close.
And Becky Joseph's doing his best to run himself out. Gets back in time. So we're drawing to a close of a very interesting day's play. Sri Lanka fighting back, putting a very respectable 292 on the board after being sent into bat.
Captain brings himself on from the pavilion end. There's medium paces. Interesting, considering what came in at number
6 or so.
Yeah, it was number 6, wasn't it?
I think so.
Action.
Yeah, number 6.
His role is not sure if he's a batting all-rounder, bowling all-rounder. Choosing to go around the wicket now.
Played nicely by August. Picks up another single. Moves on to 20, 28 for 1.
So far, no express pace in this Sri Lankan bowling lineup. I say so far because you never know what they have in their ranks.
Chipped, but chipped safely through the mid-wicket by Mbeki Joseph.
I think the key for Sri Lanka on this tour will be how they deal with the West Indian fast bowlers. So Pittman, he's already started with a plum, whereas the Sri Lankans, the West Indian batters, it'll be key how they tackle the Sri Lankan spinners here in this series. You maybe expect the strength of this bowling lineup to come from that spin department.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a couple of overs of spin to close out the day's play.
It's amazing how times have changed as conditions have also changed down in the subcontinent. End of the first over by the skipper. 29 for 1. We're just saying how conditions has changed slightly in the subcontinent, India in particular. I remember going to India in 2000. It's a while now. Could have been 2002. Maybe 2002, something like that. And
they were
heavily reliant on spin. The new ball was just there. Fast bowlers were there to just bowl maybe 5 or 6 overs with that new ball. And the rest of the day would be dominated with spinners. All these little spinners twisting their arms up, everyone bowling doosras and the like.
Right.
It's just amazing how times have changed. Now India boasts a pretty intimidating fast bowling lineup as well.
And as we said before, Bangladesh starting to produce some fast bowlers.
I think Taskin Ahmed, Nahid Rana. Another little flick of the wrist. I'm going to remember his name as well. Very skillful. Not Mustafiza.
So we are going to see spin. Ashan Daniel has come on from this commentary box end. Hit firmly down the ground to mid-on by Mbeki Joseph. No run, 29 for 1. It's in reply to Sri Lanka's 292. That delivery played straight back to the bowler. Just trying to reach the closer play without Any further damage, West Indies Academy?
Name I was trying to remember. Hassan Mahmood.
Right. He bowled well in that series
he did.
here. Yeah.
Massive flick of the wrist.
But in India had that bowling academy, didn't they?
They did. It was actually
DK Lilly, right?
Yeah, it was led by Dennis Lilly.
Right. And then Courtney Walsh spent a lot of time in Bangladesh.
Something that these nations identified that they needed to
got.
add to their cricket.
Right.
And in no time they've added it. We've got to find creative ways to have that impact on our young cricketers as well.
Absolutely. Daniel bowls a tidy first over, a maiden, 29 for 1. Umpire looks at his clock. It's about 6 minutes of play, I'd say, before Stumps. Another couple of overs. Very impressed with the scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard.
Oh, yeah.
It brings the atmosphere, doesn't it? When you see the scoreboard
it just
lit up
adds something to
and
the,
people outside the ground say, oh, and now they realize,
something's happening.
A real game going on. And kudos, of course, to our friends on the manual scoreboard standing out in the hot sun all day. Captain Lakshan starts his second over. Geese does look good for his 20.
And that's the thing with O'Geese. When doesn't he look good? He tends to look good all the time. It's all about scoring runs for him. Making substantial scores. Doing that job at the top of the innings for his team.
Oh, took the edge. Just dropped in front of first slip. Squared him up, though.
I think you got to keep an eye on Lakshan here. Seems to be quite a skillful bowler indeed. Have a look at this one. From over the wicket. Using that natural angle. Starts outside that leg stump.
Oh,
takes the
cut
edge.
right across.
Yeah. Very skillful stuff indeed. That's the angle in which our bowlers don't utilize enough.
Yeah.
They just tend to go all around the wicket right away to the left-hander.
You haven't even seen the guy.
Yeah.
The guy's just walked out of the pavilion.
It's a copycat game, this.
Yeah.
I think
they all think they're Rhodes.
Or Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
The main benefit of this angle, especially with new ball in hand to the left-hander, is the ball's always going away from the middle of the bat.
Right.
It's going away from the middle of the bat.
So as a left-hander, you're trying to keep catching up to the delivery.
Exactly. That brings the outside edge into play.
Hey, again beats him.
What can also happen is you can just draw the batter further and further and further across using that natural angle.
And then bring one back. Yeah. But you would know, being a left-hander, you wouldn't have liked it. You would have much preferred to see them come round the wicket at you. It's interesting. First slips, put a helmet on.
Yeah.
And move
Trying
forward.
to get very close, I guess.
Oh,
he switched.
Now he's going to second slip.
Once again, starting outside that leg stump, going away. Just see O'Geese just motion to himself. That's the movement. A la Makaya Ntini.
Right.
Made a living.
Yeah.
Just living there and using that natural angle. The key is to actually get the ball to move as much as they have.
Now
As we say that,
he comes round the
switches
ring.
round.
Whoa!
That's a
And
peach of a
almost
delivery.
took it. He's
But
got some skill.
I tell
Marley.
you, I was going to
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
he looks
He's
skillful.
no
I saw that
part-time,
delivery. You think about it, he's batting at 6.
Yeah.
He's a medium, quick bowler, and he's captain. Why would he be captain then, unless he possesses something a little special or a little different?
Exactly. So 2 maidens in a row, 29 for 1. Score remains. Gust on 20 and Becky Joseph on 6.
And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that experience that you were talking about here on day one, Terry. With a lot of these Sri Lankans, they come into this series vastly more experienced than their counterparts.
Exactly. And it's showing.
And it's showing indeed.
Yeah.
In terms of, just have a look at Lakshan. He looks like he knows what he's doing, doesn't he? Not just running up and letting the ball go.
No, and game awareness.
Yeah.
They're hunting wickets, which is what West Indies Academy didn't do by not giving the ball to Pittman straight after lunch and tea.
And they brought a little leg slip in here.
Yeah, this will be the last over of the day. So he's got leg slip, short leg and slip for Mbeki Joseph. Spinner Daniel plays it back nicely to the bowler.
And I always wonder when I see these very English names from these subcontinent players like Ashian Daniel, Chevron Daniel. I do wonder, is that the legacy of colonialism? What is it with that part of the world?
Yes, yeah, it would be.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Or religion.
Yeah.
More than likely you'll be a Christian or Catholic, yeah?
Yeah. Because I saw an interview the other day with Russell, and he said every time he walked out to bat against Australia, the Australians said, "You don't belong here, you're not Sri Lankan. How you get a name like that and call yourself a Sri Lankan?"
Russellano. Interesting, like Russellano. Yeah.
You're from the back blocks of Sydney,
Yeah.
you know, you're not from Colombo.
You do see that every now and again, even in India as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Every now and again.
Nicely driven through extra cover by Joseph into the boundary. Good shot.
Stride.
Yeah,
That
was the important
transference
thing.
of weight onto that front foot was the important part of that cricket shot there. It was actually Akim Ogis.
It was the geese.
Yeah,
yes.
have a look at this. Brilliant batting indeed from around the wicket. Right arm off spin into the arc. Look at that. Didn't try to
just legged on
overhit.
it.
Kept his shape. Once again, presenting as full a face as you possibly can.
Absolutely.
Got a lot of time for this man.
Yes, I like him. I thought he would be a bit further advanced. But the day's play has come to an end with West Indies Academy replying to Sri Lanka emerging players 292 are 34 for 1. Akeem August is on 24 and Mbeki Joseph is on 7. We've had an interesting day's play here after West Indies Academy captain Teddy Bishop won the toss and sent Sri Lanka emerging players into bat. They got off to a pretty good start, putting 70 on the board before Calvin Pittman started what ended as career best figures. He picked up 4 wickets in the first session. Sri Lanka going to lunch on 89 for 4. They then lost a wicket straight after the lunch interval to make it 89 for 5. But then a very good partnership between century maker Sohan De Oliveira, 130 of 110 balls, and Janishka Pereira, who contributed 38 of 86. They put on exactly 100 for the 6th wicket. and then some useful runs down the order with De La Vera continuing on, getting his century, and then, as I say, making 130 to be bowled out for 292. An exceptional work by a local boy, Calvin Pittman, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 7 for 28. And West Indies Academy, in reply, lost Justin Jagasada, the second ball he faced, to be 0 for 1. He went for 0. But Akeem August is on 24 not out, and Becky Joseph is on 7 not out, to take the West Indies Academy to 34 for 1 at Stumps, day 1, trailing by 258 runs, still with 9 first innings wickets remaining. Marley Richards, what did you make of the day's play?
Yes, very interesting day's play, as you said. As you said, Terry, a game of two halves, really. Sri Lanka in the ascendancy for much of that first session, but Kelvin Pittman really announced himself to first-class cricket. That 7 for 28. De La Vera played beautifully. It was a nice little breezy innings from Siobhan Daniel as well. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more of Daniel and De La Vera as this series progresses. But for me, honours even on day 1. 292 all out. In response, 34 for 1. The batsman dismissed Jagasar. So from that perspective, the West Indies Academy will be a little disappointed to have lost that wicket. But 34 for 1, Joseph and Auguste looking good at the crease. For me, honours even on day 1. A lot to play for going into day 2.
Excellent. All right, and I hope you can join us on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel for tomorrow's second day's play. We'll be on air from 10 a.m. Until then, on behalf of Vinod Mancham, Marley Richards and myself, Terry Laraji, have a pleasant evening, and we'll catch you on 360 tomorrow morning at 5 to 10.